Debate, Uncut and Aftershow. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you'd like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of Patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Amish, Vitali Z, Colton James, BG, Survive the Spin, FE Patriot, On the Level, Thomas van der Zander, Gary Hughes, Measured Flat, Chris Wouters, Sea Level Cultist, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, Twad Wazzle, Jason Hornsby, Christoph Fournier, Flat Earth Travolta, JMels24, Unamento, M, Iron26, Endless, Golden McKiernan, Retro Bill, Michael Kahn, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Banter, Hairy Blade, Mobile Max 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chow Yun Cat, David Wayne Foster, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Now I will hand over to whoever is in the Flat Earth Debate Discord server and Google so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
All good.
Nobody here. There's nobody in G+. Put out the link. Have I put it in the right place? Sometimes I send it to an individual, like the last individual I spoke to. No, I've sent it in Master B. Okay. Well, we'll wait for a panel to arrive, I guess.
Yeah, I don't have access to that with my new phone that I just got the other day, but yeah, otherwise I'd join in.
Are you in Master B then?
Yeah, but I haven't been able to log in since I upgraded my new phone because there's a whole load of crap that you have to go through to get to it.
Really? Okay. Well, that's no bad
Yeah,
thing, I guess.
Yeah, giving information and two-stage checking and all that crap. I just don't have the time to do that at the moment.
Right. It wants you to be two-step verified in Google. No, that's good, because partially one of the reasons I stuck with Google was because they sorted their act out in regards to people just being able to randomly join the show when it was directly connected to the social media aspect of Google. I can't even remember what it was called now, but it was similar to the name of the software I used to broadcast on YouTube, which was called Hangouts on Air. I think the back office bit that we used to refer to it as back office was called Hangouts, but it was like more like Facebook in a way. But it meant that there were certain overlapping aspects that meant you could hijack the show and get into the live show in a way that could end. You could have control of the show that was going out to YouTube. Now they sorted all that out, and as a result, it was then super tight to the point where I now pay for this service, right? So although it doesn't actually, I think it can directly broadcast to YouTube, but that's not what I actually use it for. I use it for a second panel. And it's got its limitations that they took away, which irritated me because they used to give you the facility to actually adjust people's volume in the Hangout, whereas now you can't, which is greatly irritating. However, the security aspects of it, one of which being what you've just described, requiring somebody who joins to actually be two-step authenticated, is good. You know, there's only the select few that end up in the Hangout, whereas obviously any old Tom, Dick and Harry can go into Discord, right? So yeah, it's good. I like the way things are set up.
Sorry, I didn't respond because I was actually trying to set up my Skype as you were talking.
Okay. Oh, it'd be good if you could. I mean, if you can get into G+, it's good. The participants that actually like talking are better off in G+. You know, for your Johnny come lately or your guy that randomly joins the show, Discord's ideal. But generally speaking, if people like to participate, like frequently, normally flirfs, in fact, always flirfs, but you know what I mean, those types of people. I suppose that wouldn't be true. There would be exceptions. I wouldn't want to name them because if they might get wrong idea. If I was like, yeah, actually, I'd trust him in the hangout. If I told that person, if I mentioned that person's name here, then they'd be like, oh yeah, I can exploit that. But you know what I'm getting at. My point being that it's a good gateway Discord, that is. Whereas G Plus is a lot more under wraps.
Yeah, I mean, like for someone like me who's in Australia, it's rare that I'm stay awake for the show. I usually listen back. So yeah, I rarely get the opportunity to actually hang out live. Maybe for the first half hour before I fall asleep, but yeah.
Yeah, I've been doing little incremental upgrades to the show. So for years and years, I've been buying really expensive acoustic treatment, and then it reached a point where I had no more available space to put acoustic treatment. It's every inch of the room's covered, so there's nowhere else to put any, even if I wanted to, right? But actually, I did find somewhere just after Christmas. I'm like, I'm going to buy another panel and put it in front of these bass traps that are reflective. So I put a cloud in front of bass traps. Why not? Anyway, there's very little opportunity to put more in. Go on.
I watched your microphone video earlier, and I did comment on it. I don't know if you read the comments.
I think I did. I can't remember. I check comments normally first thing in the morning. It's normally the very first thing I do, which means I'm only half awake when I do them. Possibly. Well, what did you say? If you tell me what you said, I'll remember. If I have or not, I mean.
So you're 2,000 hertz and above.
Yes, I do remember. Get lost.
Lettering.
Yeah, shut up. Yes, I do remember. That was you, was it?
Your S's and
right, get lost.
S's and SH's. Too much treble.
We're going to do a de-esser on a bleeding quick clip that video. No, no, I'm not doing a de-esser on it. Get lost. Right, that was done on my kid's microphone, right? So I bought my kid a microphone, and that was kind of giving me the bug. So I don't know how many years ago it was. I just searched for a microphone I like the sound of. I didn't care what type of microphone specifically it was, but I ended up with a shotgun mic. Now, there's various reasons that I now don't like that. So I just want to change it for a more regular conventional mic. And especially now the room's fully treated. So as much as contrary to opinion that people put out there on YouTube, like you can't use a shotgun mic indoors, it's like, meh, if you put it in the right place, yes you can, and it'll actually do a really good job of rejecting a lot of room noise, right? You can put it in the wrong place and get it to sound all weird, or talk off axis to it and it'll sound all phasey and odd. But if you know how to use it, there's nothing wrong with a shotgun mic indoors, right? Especially in an untreated room, in my opinion, right? So that's what I initially used it for. But as the rooms become more and more treated, it's like, don't necessarily need it to reject a load of off-axis stuff going on. Now, it is handy occasionally. The kids will make a right racket and I'll go back to the recording and it's not even there. You're like, wow. But on the other hand, now they're a bit older, they're a little bit more disciplined in terms of making a load of racket out of, earshot. So I don't necessarily need mad rejection at the cost of occasional weird phasey noises, which you do get with it. So I do want to change the mic to just a large diaphragm condenser in the smallest package possible, basically, is what I want. So yeah, that's what I want. So the only way to get to that is by flogging old stuff. So I found a Neumann on Facebook that was just too cheap, and for whatever reason it was owned by a kid, and it was like explaining that he got it from somebody who works in a studio. Presumably they're like taking pity on him and saying, yeah, you can probably get this mic you could probably get it for 300 quid for it if you sell it. It's a valuable piece of equipment, but a little bit studio worn, perhaps not as friendly to people who come in to actually hand hold this mic. It looks a little bit tatty. So he said he paid 120 quid for this thing. And I think I paid him 160 quid, which he was delighted with. But I'm like, this is a £700 mic or $700 microphone, like a lot of money. So after using it and going, yeah, I like this, it's the sound I want, but it's just I don't want a handheld mic. It's impractical to have it right next to me. But it set me on a journey of looking at various different things that I started studying when I was a teenager. But just obviously you leave college and you stop looking at that stuff and your interests go elsewhere, in my case, hi-fi. But having learned a fair bit about them, I sort of carried on that educational process of my own volition recently. It's like, what is it about a mic that makes it do what it does, that makes the tone the way it is, that makes it practical to use in a certain environment? And while I was vaguely familiar with all of it, it was sort of getting a good old refresher of what they all do. But like I said, that was all sparked because my kid had gone, I'm interested in doing YouTube videos and broadcasting my Minecraft. I'm like, fine. So she does, and then she's like, it sounds absolutely horrendous. I'm like, well, of course it does. You're on a laptop. So it's like, fine, I'll get you a mic as cheaply as possible that will be good. But after listening to it, you're like, actually, having a large diaphragm in this now treated room sounds really good. So there's no necessity to have this tiny little diaphragm on this really long shotgun mic anymore. Anyway, so that's my recent journey through looking at microphones, in case you're wondering, if, as a member, why you're suddenly getting microphone videos. It's just because I want to constantly and incrementally improve the quality of the show. As much as talking about that incremental improvement isn't necessarily show-worthy when the show's about talking about the nature of Earth, it kind of is, because it's about the production of the show that talks about the nature of Earth. And I want it to be of as high a standard as I can achieve within the given knowledge and ability that I have. So there we go. Because someone was like, why do you want anointment to just shout at people? I'm like, so people can hear me shouting really clearly? Why do you think?
Well, it's good when one of your children ignites a passion in you. That's good.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. It's one of them that I would have just gone, it's fine, it works. But I've finished doing all the things I need to do. The room's treated. I've got a decent enough mic. What else could there be to do? And then suddenly your eyes are open because your kid's interested. You're like, okay, for what is new, $100 worth of microphone, in the case of the Audio Technica I got it secondhand from a pawnbroker for half price. But that's not the point. The point is it's just a cheapo condenser, medium-sized diaphragm. They like to pretend it's a large diaphragm. It isn't. It's a small diaphragm in many respects, in a format that looks like a side address broadcast microphone. So, but it sounds better than this one. It sounds better than the Rode. Like, why? Well, because it's just a more simple diaphragm without an interference tube, and just in a treated room, you're just like, well, what else could you possibly ask for? It sounded great. Now, while you say on that recording you might have too many S's, you're like, okay, I was probably a bit too close on the mic because I was a bit concerned. I'm still concerned that kids are going to burst in any minute, and I just want to get that voiceover done. So I probably was a bit too close mic'd. So yes, you're right. What me saying get lost is because I've heard it too and just gone, that's fine, no one will notice. And then the first comment is from you going, it's a bit sibilant, or whatever you said. Cheeky sod.
Yeah, just the S's and that particular frequency range.
I'm not going to do that in GarageBand on the iPad. I could just back off the mic 2 or 3 more inches, and that would resolve the problem with 2 dB more gain. But that's not really the point, is it? I just wanted to have a faff, share my interests that I'm currently dealing with, because I'm not looking through YouTube videos about flurfs. Now, while we might get provided with one on this stream, who knows? At the moment, my focus is on the actual production quality of the show, which is not show related. So it's a bit bad, really, because it comes to Monday morning. I'm like, what are we going to do then? Because I've been looking at mics all weekend.
And to be honest, if you didn't say to people that you were testing mics, no one would really listen to the quality.
Nobody cares about the quality unless it's bad. And at the moment, there's nothing wrong with my audio quality, right? So in many respects, this is self-indulgent, yeah? What am I trying to achieve? Having a giant interference tube poking me right in the face is irritating. So if I can shorten the mic length by half, it won't be in my face and I can stand it without clonking it. Now, I've half solved that problem by adding an extra 30 centimetres to my boom arm. Now I can boom the mic out in front of me a little bit further. It can be higher. It's less claustrophobic. So what am I actually trying to achieve? What's the end goal? That's when you purchase anything, you should never just purchase it for the sake of it, right? You're trying to resolve a problem. That's my attitude anyway, with any purchase. What is it that you're trying to achieve? What's the end goal here? Well, for me, it's to feel less claustrophobic, right? Now, obviously, you want a good tone, which is why I bought a handheld mic I knew damn well I wasn't going to end up using. I just wanted to hear what it sounded like, yeah? Get a good idea of what a really good quality microphone capsule, which is Neumann, very tightly controlled production process. So they're consistent, which is good, which is what I want if I'm testing something, consistency. So I bought a Neumann to see what does a good quality, really well-toned, voiced, whatever you want to call it, mic sound like now this room's treated. And you can hear it immediately. As soon as I plugged it up, it sounded fantastic. Other than I'm not going to be within 3 centimetres of a microphone. I just can't do it. It's just, I know. So why do I want to be miles away from the microphone, or not miles away, but 12 inches to 18 inches away from the microphone rather than 2 inches away? Well, so that I can not worry about the flipping microphone. I want to worry about what I'm saying in the moment when I'm talking to somebody, because it could be not high stakes, although to some people listening it might be high stakes if their belief structure's on the line. But well, maybe the word is high stakes. You know, if you get it wrong while you're debating with somebody, the person who's listening in the sidelines or on the show, audience member, might not realise the inevitable and awful truth of their reality as a consequence of that. Oh no, I've bumped the mic and suddenly I'm distracted and I can't remember what that guy said 10 seconds ago. So he takes the advantage. Suddenly he's rumpusing me and winning because I'm trying to remember what he said, all because I'm just a little bit too claustrophobic with the equipment around me. So it's making my life harder rather than easier. Now this, you might think that's a long explanation. It's like, well, no. When you're sat in front of a mic for a huge chunk of your working life, you want it to be as convenient and as comfortable as you possibly can make it. So there we go. To me, that's worth worrying about investing in a mic that I'm hopefully going to turn a profit on. That's the other thing, because I'm like, as soon as I saw it, I'm like, that's worth more than he's selling it for. So long as it's not fake, that's going to be capable of turning a profit. So there was a lot of stress and looking at fine detail at badges and photographs of sheen and things like that to figure out whether or not the thing was a fake, which it isn't, thank God. But there's always that potential, right? And really what I want to do is flip it and then hopefully flip the mic I'm currently using so that I can only have to spend maybe $100 or there or thereabouts to change the mic to something that's better. That's my intention anyway. Being really careful with money, and my wife got a parking ticket yesterday. I say my wife, I was the one driving the car and I was the one who parked, but we were going to the cinema, which is something she wanted to do, therefore she got the parking ticket. I paid half. I can't believe you got us a parking ticket. I'll send you half the money.
You already paid it.
Pardon? Did I already pay it?
You already paid it.
Yes, because they give you that option, which in my town is just cheap enough to make it more convenient to pay half the price of the ticket value, face value of the ticket, if you pay it immediately, rather than spending potentially days and days fighting it or figuring out a way not to pay it.
Section 8, subsection 12 of the Imperial Acts Application Act.
I've done it before when I've been even more poor than I am now. When I've just completely ignored tickets and not paid them.
No. If you already agreed to pay it, it's done. Otherwise, we could help you.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. I've looked at these roads in the past and been successful with them. But in this instance, I couldn't remember and couldn't be bothered to look it up. And I'm like, okay, it's a £70 ticket or whatever it was. And then you're like, okay, so I think it was 75 quid. Halved. You're like, okay. This is cheap enough for me to pay half and you to pay half, and it to not be of any concern from this moment forth. We can forget about it, which is what I decided to do in that moment.
You.
Hello, Neil.
I'm in JFK, so I'll try not to interrupt.
You just did interrupt. This is you interrupting.
I mean, in the future. Like in the next 2 hours. Wise guy.
You won't be able to. You're getting on a plane.
Negative. We're working in the airport.
Oh, well then what difference does it make? You'll interrupt as you see fit, no doubt. You're back at work then?
Yeah, I've been back this is my 3rd week in New York.
How are you holding up?
Yeah, it's just that it's going to be noisy, so.
Oh, he doesn't want to say because there's people in earshot. No. I'm sure you're in all of it.
Hey Neil, how'd you go? How'd you go with that theatre?
Still going on.
What? You're still ripping up the carpet?
No, we're at the install part.
Did you have to rip up all the seats?
Yeah, that happened after we put down carpet in between the rows. Then the guys came and ripped up the seats.
Holy crap. That's massive. Slasher.
How are you?
I'm all right. Hoping to get updated on what's going on in the world of Flat Earth currently, as I spent the whole pre-show talking about microphones. So we'll see how we get on. Anything going on currently in Flat Earth? I'll jog memories with housekeeping questions. We will find out if that works. Any evidence of axial rotation of the Earth-based variety?
If the Earth was rotating under anything, then it should be rotating under everything, and I think we would notice when we fly east or west.
Or at all? Yeah, if Earth...
Or at all?
Yeah, well, anything. If you jumped up and down, you'd have Earth turning underneath you, according to their claim. Their claim is alleged to be backed by Coriolis deflection, which means that Earth's turning underneath stuff. Well, it isn't. You're right. We should, according to their rhetoric, notice, but we don't. There isn't any drift. Hello, John.
Hello. Who's drifting?
Nobody. I'm fishing for what people have been discussing over the weekend. Now, I've not kept up to date myself with Flat Earth debate, as the case may be, looking at production aspects rather than material aspects of the show. Why? What have you been up to?
Dealing with sick kids.
Oh, drifting in and out, eh? Let's see if there's any more to drag out of the Discord server with a few more housekeeping questions. Any scientific evidence of gravity?
Which one would that be?
Neil? He's obviously working, I guess. Who can blame him? But I don't allege any gravity, right? There's nothing in it for me to talk about relative density disequilibrium, if you want to talk about specific gravity, to talk about mass attracting mass, or to talk about the alleged bent, warping, fourth-dimensional Einsteinian space-time. None of them serve any interest for me. I mean, am I wrong? What benefit do they serve us? I'm glad I'm putting this out as open questions. It's good that we can encourage conversation. Feel
Come
free
on,
to join
Discord.
if you're in the live
you see
audience.
we're Lite and G Plus. Speak.
Say again, Neil.
I said, come on, Discord. You see we're Lite and G Plus. Speak.
It's all right, Neil. You don't have to beg them to chat with us. It's all good.
Well, I would say that the moment that you try to find scientific evidence for something claimed to always happen, you're in a category error.
Yeah, if you're going to describe an effect that occurs always, you'd be in the realm of natural law. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Sure. And they'd often ascribe the word law when describing gravity incorrectly. But there's nobody here to claim it, so let's move on. Any evidence of a physical geometric sphere edge? That's a horizon formerly known as Earth curve. Tumbleweeds, complete tumbleweeds. Nobody's been out on the circuit. Nobody's been doing any debating. Go ahead, Matt.
Yeah, if the Earth were a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon could be no more than 1.2 times the observer's eye height in feet squared. We do observe beyond these limitations, so the horizon can't be the leading edge of a sphere.
It's times the square root of the observer's height in feet.
Yeah, he said that, but then he added on squared afterwards. Yeah, other than adding on squared, you were correct. Yes, Black Swan. It's 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Which you did say. So for those listening in the audience, what we're talking about is Earth curve mathematics places a leading edge blocking your view below surface level, labelled as Earth curve or horizon, marked with an X in their mathematics if you see it visually, with an orthographic representation of their maths. Well, that has a limitation to your view at 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. That's how their mathematics gives you what they call Earth curve. It was debunked in 2020 by an observation called the Black Swan, where we show the distance to the horizon is beyond the limitations of a geometric sphere edge radius 3959, with an alleged distance to horizon calculation at 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. It isn't. It was debunked in 2020. Black Swan. The horizon's not Earth curve. What about maybe just going out on a limb? Hey, Chocolate.
Good morning, guys.
Morning. Maybe molten iron core? Any evidence thereof? Who knows? Maybe someone's been debating about that over the weekend. Tumbleweeds. Do you guys jog along to this server to just sit in silence, or are you here to share your views on the nature of Earth? What's going on? What are you all doing here? I rely on you guys when I've been looking at mics all weekend.
Well, we're actually waiting for someone to come along and defend this shit, to be serious.
Everyone's scared of this server because I do have the ability to mute people in here. But, I mean, they've got so fearful of me that blaming the server is so insidious as a defense that even when I'm in politics, people will start blaming the mute button. That was one of the comments I dealt with along with yours, Jardo, about me having too much sibilance. From one of the commenters on Friday's video, we were in Discord. Right, mute button, insert nonsense here. Right? And I'm like, I don't have a mute button. I'm in a server where I've got no control over the mute button and they still want to moan about the mute button. So here, they're like, actually can directly say, you do have control of the mute button. Yeah, I do. In someone else's server that isn't mine, that I'm welcome to be in on a daily basis. essentially running amok, doing whatever I like. In other words, I've got control of the mute button so I can control my show. But I will, to alleviate the pain of the people who don't want to come here, Jardo, just to speak to your point, regularly go into servers that I have no control over. But they still want to blame the mute button in there, which is highly amusing. And QE's right. He's been saying it recently. They're terrified of me. You kind of, I don't know, maybe you think you're deluding yourself when you get that impression. But when you hear someone like QE going, these people are terrified, you're like, yeah, they are. Hey, Brian. Someone who's actually probably been out debating Flat Earth over the weekend, I am in no doubt.
Hey, Nathan. Not too much, no. I just said I'd join, try and save this sinking ship we have here on Monday.
Did you say I'm just smoking a joint on this sinking ship?
No, I said I'd join to try and save this sinking ship we have got going on here.
What are you calling me a sinking ship? How dare you! What an outrage! Not a sinking ship. In looking at the production quality of the show, as opposed to stuff that I can cover on a Monday morning. So that's it. And there's me relying on you to be doing that. If you want something doing.
I know what the irony is about the whole thing with the mute button is that if one of them were to start speaking right now, it would be literally, you could hear a pin drop, because literally what we're doing is listening to every single word that you will say. So the whole mute button thing is just ridiculous. We want to hear what you're going to say. Every word of it. And we're going to love it. But they're still scared for some reason. It's weird.
Again, hats off to QE when he broke it down. I can't remember which show. It happened to be a show that they were critiquing me, Red Rhetoric and McToon. And in that instance, QE's pointing out that the actual use of the mute button is, number one, no different on any show that you go on. It's utilised to control a guest that's out of control. In other words, at the point that an opponent loses, at some point you have to step in and shut them up, because if you don't, they'll, what we call rumpus, the win. So the conclusion comes, the person who knows that they're absolutely stymied, they're defeated, can hear the start of their defeat being summarised, and they'll open their mic and just start talking straight through the top of somebody. Now at that point, as the producer of a show, you've got a choice. Allow them to destroy the win, or mute them. That's your choice. Now, because they know that the choice that's reasonable is to shut them up because it's unreasonable to destroy the win when their opponent summarises their victory, they can then call foul on the mute button. Oh, you only win because you've muted somebody. Cowards. Well, I'm just going to start calling it like it is. It's cowardice. Now, by coincidence, when this was originally aired by Red Rhetoric, that was how I summarised it back then. So before QE did that show, he discussed it with me. And I went, oh yeah, I remember that coming up 5, 6, however many years ago. And then I dug out the video I made about Red Rhetoric with me being a crocodile in a pond going, just sitting around with your eyeballs above the water, not really doing much, looking lazy. And then some stork on the shore going, come up on the shore, come and debate me here, come and debate me here. It's only fair up here. And the crocodile going, I don't care. Eventually one of you idiots will come in this pond and I'll eat you. I don't care if it's you or someone else. But at some point I'm going to be eating stork. You going, oh, come up here where I can fly away easy. Okay. No. Why would I do that? You want me to give you the advantage, do you? Ah, bless. That was kind of my summary about it recently. Not recently, in recent years. And my attitude doesn't change. It's been more and more white noise when people do it. Oh, you've got a mute button. It just turns into white noise.
You can give them every advantage now, though. Every single advantage, and they still can't win.
But you can speak to that more than anybody. You can give them 20 minutes of ramble, in the case of Ruhif on McToon's channel with yourself, and within 25 seconds of you opening your mouth at all, you'll be muted and shut down because you're saying something that's devastating to their argument, which is to say that they will use a flat earth in anything that they put out. Therefore, you can concede everything that they put out because they will need a flat earth.
Yeah, that's why they were muting me. Yeah.
In my experience, they use the mute button the way they claim you do. That's been my experience with them. Not just my personal experience, but my experience even from listening to debates. When a flat earther is in a good position or does know their stuff and doesn't start claiming things like the AE map and things like that, when they have a flat earther like that, they will mute that flat earther immediately, or allow the moderator will allow the opponent to talk over the person, something, or to insult the person, ad homs. They allow that because that helps their side. So they are just projecting when they do that. They allow a lot of stuff we was never allowed over here. And if you think about the term you used a few minutes ago, rumpus, right? That term came from who? It was originally directed towards who? Towards Rumpus, because that's all he ever did. So a big part of I would say, for the first several years of the show, 80% of the muting you had to do was you muting Rumpus. Do you know what I mean? So if he wasn't on the show, they wouldn't even have that to try and use against you, if you understand what I mean.
You know what rumpus means, right? Rumpus...
Yeah, talking over you.
Well, that's contextually how we use it in our lexicon of words, but the defined
you're
word...
talking about, the cause. Oh, sorry, the original word. I thought you meant from... No. Yeah, it's to cause a drama. To
cause a disturbance, a disturbance specifically. Yeah. Exactly. So the namesake he took was, as a person, as an individual, as a persona, was to cause a disturbance. that was his name. It's like Rumpus. What, to cause a disturbance? Well, yeah, the moment anything comes his way that's in any way detrimental to his position, his argument, he'll talk through it and cause a disturbance, because that's the tactic. And he basically trained a whole bunch of current anti-flat earthers how to behave like that. That all stemmed from his behaviour online towards Flurfs in that manner, with that namesake. Anyway, shout out to Chow Yun Cat. For God so loved the world that he gave his one and only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish but have eternal life. John 3:16. Thank you for the super chat. So yeah, they use that, as you say, as a defence when in fact it's a tell. And it's only when someone else points it out that you suddenly become a bit more aware of that tell. Because when you tune it out because you've heard it so many times, you're not really thinking about why it's being used. But then, you were on that show, weren't you, Brian, with Kiwi? When you went through Tune and Red Rhetoric?
Yeah, and Tune is a very corrupt character. Like, it was Tune's show that John had to sit through 25 minutes of an opening by Ruhif, and it was Tune's show that John got muted the minute when he got 3 words into a sentence. His first sentence after sitting there quiet for 25 minutes. That's Tune's show. Tune is an extremely corrupt character. His own character is corrupt. Is corrupt, if you understand what I mean. So he's in the snow saying, "Where's your mute button?" Out in the snow in Antarctica, shouting, "Where's your mute button, Nathan?" Blah blah blah. Well, where did he go to within the first 3 or 4 words of John's sentence? The mute button. John wasn't being abusive, wasn't doing anything. He just wasn't playing ball with their stupid game. And what happened? He muted him straight away. So it's pure projection on the part of these people. And, sorry, one other thing, Nathan. They're quite happy to have it happen to you in a debate. Like, if I had a moderator that was obviously biased on my side, I'd even point that out. It's like, that's not a fair debate, right? But they're quite happy to have moderators constantly biased on their side and on their side. They're quite happy to have that. Which, what good is that? You're not winning anything at that point. It's like an athlete taking steroids. You didn't win. The steroids won. You're not going to win.
That's no. People like that don't take that way. It's no, I won by fair means or foul. The perceived victory was mine. The audience saw that I was the one speaking the most and laughing at you. Therefore, I won in the mind's eye of the audience. That is a victory. Now, in debating terms, you go, well, yeah, you're right. Which is all they need, isn't it? A perceived facade of victory is enough for your average Joe who doesn't know what the real debate's happening or why you've been shut down.
They weren't laughing
yeah.
at me. I was laughing at them.
Say again,
They were
John.
not laughing at me.
Say again, one more time.
They weren't laughing. They were not laughing. I was.
All very telling. If you know what's going on.
Sorry.
If you know what's going on, it's very telling. If you don't, it's just you hear their rhetoric and their rhetoric alone. It's a smoke screen, isn't it?
And I remember just what John was saying there. I remember John coming in, and you could even hear the smirk or the smile. Not smirk, but more of a smile. You could even hear him smile within his first sentence. And straight away, McToon and Ruiff went into a rage. Not a rage, but they went into a tizzy about it. Because they knew that whatever that Ruiff had just presented in the first 25 minutes meant absolutely nothing to John's point and what John was going to say. And there was no defence. And they realised at that point there was just no defence against what John was going to put forth. And they tried to hijack the situation as if he was being invited on to have their debate. It's like, no, this is his debate that he offered to all of them that was accepted by Ruiff and to be put onto McToon's channel. It wasn't their debate that they decided the rules on. Right? He gave the rules very clearly, and he was throwing it out there for weeks, maybe more than maybe a couple of months before he got the actual debate. It wasn't, John, you can have everything, right? My only position is the celestial dome or whatever. Do you remember the position?
I think my only two positions were you need a flat plane for the celestial sphere, and the horizon is not geometric, and I will concede everything else to you.
Yes, I remember that. Yeah, that's the thing. And the whole 25 minutes that Ruiff tried to, and his presentation was wrong as well. And he knew it. He was adding things in that aren't part of celestial navigation. But it didn't matter. After 25 minutes of a presentation, and Ruiff is pretty concise, so that means there's a lot of stuff added in there in 25 minutes. Right? John just went, yeah, anyway, back to how you're going to need a flat plane for everything, and the horizon is not geometric. That was it. That was it. Straight away, he had to be muted. Go on, Chocolate.
Did he happen to use words in those 25 minutes? Because he was the one that said definitions of words are meaningless. So I don't know how that works out when you're using 25 minutes worth of words. Weird.
They're meaningless to him when you're saying them. They're not meaningless when he's saying them. You know, so it's a stupid statement to make, no doubt about it. But it's basically a defense against having to define words and agree on words. Socratic method.
Yeah. That's awesome. That checks out. That seems fair.
It pretty much demonstrated how you use flat Earth angle measurements to find your position on Earth relative to the celestial sphere flat plane model diagram. And then he got angry when I pointed out that he was using a flat plane, and him and McToon rumpused me.
Yeah, that sounds familiar. He did the same thing to me from Antarctica. Yeah, well, a pattern seems to be emerging, it seems. They don't like it when you point out that they need a flat Earth for their arguments, do they? That annoys them greatly.
Well, there's a second pattern. Sorry, John. Go on.
I was just saying it infuriates them. It would me too if I had to concede the argument to make an argument.
Did you want to add something, Flat Earth Ranger? If not, go ahead, Brian.
Say again?
Did you want to add something?
No, was I lighting up?
Yeah. Just pop yourself on mute if you didn't want to. It's fine if you just accidentally off mute. Go ahead, Brian.
Yeah. There was a second pattern. There's a second pattern, though. When you said there's a pattern emerging, that wasn't the pattern I was thinking of. It was Toon, muting people. Toon is one of these point the fingers at people. Is one of these people that points the fingers left, right, and centre. And he hates the people he points the fingers at. But he displays the very behaviour he's trying to lay on them. And I don't even know if it's all intentional. Do you know, it's like as if he hates elements of himself or something.
But that's true of everybody. You're just tapping into certain psychology, certain basic psychological principles, yeah? That, yeah, you're going to project out that you hate the most about yourself onto others. So in this instance, his need to have to control the show with the mute button in that respect is a direct projection of his own inability to retain control when someone like John is debating Ruhif. When there's an argument that comes, he needs control over that and has to mute people. So that presumably is, what's the word? Something that you'd loathe about yourself. Therefore, you'd want to project it out onto someone else. Well, Nathan uses a mute button. All right, okay. Oh, you mean I produce a show? And I should be, apologising for not allowing people to completely destroy a point? I won't go over utilisation of the mute button as I did at the beginning of the show, but that's something to criticise me of? I don't think so. So why would it be so heavily criticised by Toon specifically? Pure projection.
I can guarantee you that he would mute his opponent 90% of the time if he could get away with it. Because he doesn't want to hear anything you have to say. He wants to hear none of what you have to say. He's only interested in whatever rhetoric, and that's all he has that he wants to push.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I can get like that sometimes, because I've got an audience and I want them to hear the winning arguments. And you get a bit like it as well, Brian. We will repeat our winning point and then feel aggrieved when the second repetition of our already summarised point gets interrupted. It's like, no, I want this victory dance to last a bit longer. I've won. Now, I don't want that to end because you just want to hand wave it immediately. I want it reiterating twice. Heaven forbid you should interrupt it.
No, I agree. I'm not saying that I don't want to hear my point to finality and my winning point to finality. The difference is that he doesn't have a winning point, and he's not even willing to address that. You know what I mean?
Oh, he does have a winning point. It's just not his. He's got a
he doesn't have the one he wants, though. He doesn't have the point he wants. Right? Good. Like that. That's true, John. But he doesn't have the point he wants. He doesn't have a winning point for the side he wants, but he's not willing to address that.
And it's too subtle for the audience. So the reason John's had a little in-joke aside with Brian in terms of his opponent having the winning point, but it not being his win, that's the rock and a hard place example where, as a believer in a globe, there will be certain points that you must concede in terms of Earth measurement, flat in nature, like on screen now with the equatorial plane. You will have to utilise that as a globe believer. So you're going to need a flat Earth for that. Now, at the point that you relinquish that, you're relinquishing a premise that is fundamental to your globe belief. So you're relinquishing your globe because you're relinquishing some of the base measurements that require a flat Earth. So their winning point, if you want to start saying, well, what's on screen now with you projecting out angles from hell to the equatorial tangent plane that's locally flat on the surface that's been created through Haversine conversion based on measurements that are from the equatorial plane inside a globe that doesn't exist yet. All of those will require a baseline flat Earth measurement. Now, people can deny it and say, oh, are we measuring it? Well, yeah, the point that you deny that this is a measurement, you deny what the globe uses as their base premise. Not just denying that it's a measurement, you're denying the globe's use of that measurement when you deny it as a globe believer. Now, don't get me wrong, some flatties are out there who'd like to deny this as a measurement also. There's one in the chat now, Lumpy Gas in a Vacuum, who likes to deny this as a measurement. Like, deny it all you like. I like to use where the globers use it as a measurement and use that against them. It's like taking their own dagger off them and sticking it in them. But you can deny it all you like. It's just a base fundamental principle for the measurement structure we use when measuring Earth, regardless of your conversion. So the reason John's laughing to conclude with Brian is to say that, well, when Toon uses this argument, he's using what he perceives to be a win when he uses flat Earth angle measurements. It's the thing that drove him nuts in Antarctica. What about your 10K challenge measurements is what you heard on Toon's recording, if you go and listen to the in-between bits where he's not shouting at me to verbally mute me by just non-stop chanting. Well, occasionally he takes breath and you can hear me saying 10K. That's about all you hear from me, which is enough to send him nuts, because he knows that what I'm summarising, I've summarised it literally 100 times to him, is the fact that that's a flat Earth prerequisite. It's a measurement of a flat Earth. It's an elevation angle that he starts his process with to challenge flat Earthers to show how his flat Earth angle measurements work on a flat Earth. That'll drive them nuts. So the win is a flat Earth win, whether they like it or not. I know that was a lot of over-explanation, but sometimes an in-joke needs that.
Well, what's funny is the two places they'll go to when addressing reality. The first place they'll go to will be some form of 7/6 or greater than 7/6, or normally greater than 7/6, because 7/6 doesn't actually solve the problem. It's actually more mathematical. They need greater than 7/6 for the majority of the time in reality, right? Well, what's that doing? That's unbending their globe, right? It's making their globe into some form of a constant arc length that is bent at different degrees depending on where they need their horizon to be, right? The second thing they'll do is
Do you mind
invoke a
not dying
tangent
on
plane.
my show? Do you mind not
Sorry.
choking to death?
I couldn't get to the mute button. It was just my lungs give me bother. And I'll choke to death if I want on your show. I'll go off the mute button and I'll choke away. But long story short, the second thing they'll do was something that's completely contradictory to the first thing, right? It depends. It doesn't really matter what order they do it in, whether they bring this first or the greater than 7/6 first. Is they'll invoke a tangent plane. So, and the whole purpose of this is to reference some actual geometric point off out in the distance that's directly vertically below somewhere, right? So they're invoking the unbending of their globe, flattening out of their globe, and a tangent plane. Now, the two of them can't work together because one is actually straight and the other one is curved, but they're still invoking both of them simultaneously. And they're doing this to reference a point that within what they're putting forth has to be out in the middle of heliocentric outer space somewhere. It's not on their globe, this geometric point that they're trying to reference to in the distance, the GP point. So that's what they need to do. So the first two things they need to do is flatten everything out and then reference a point that's off out in heliocentric outer space to try and claim that they're living on a geometric sphere. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I mean, they're working from a world that has a back-engineered flat Earth prerequisite model that they have the ability to ignore the base measurements of. It seems like the last 300 years has just been spent, in rhetoric or rhetorical terms, building distance between what's on screen now with you in the centre of the sphere that's representative of two angle measuring protractors from horizon to horizon in two completely different locations. You can create this system, but then create a globe from it. But if you can put distance between the two and pretend like the end result of all of those back engineerings from flat planes and angles is the starting point, that is to say the end result they call the globe is the only starting point to consider, then when you start digging into that perceived starting point, you can start creating the steps that put the distance between you and the flat plane measurement, and you can make yourself feel clever. Look at all these marvellous steps that I've learned about the obvious starting point of a globe that we must have by presupposition. That's the starting point, right? So as you get more and more perceived to be smart, as you learn how the globe's created, you're getting closer and closer to us going, you're going to need a flat Earth for that, though, aren't you? Yeah, that's a flat Earth you're measuring, though, isn't it? So the smarter they get to perceive themselves to be, the closer they are to us calling them numpties. The enlightened flat Earthers, that is.
Yeah, see, look, you know what it is? Think about what they've been saying for years. Think about it. What's one of our main statements against us for years? Flat Earthers can't do maths or don't understand maths. Why were they saying that for? But they were so stuck on that, right, which wasn't true and isn't true. Because the same person, the two of the same people could have gone to the same school and gotten the same results, right? Them and a flat earther from high school or university, whatever, when it comes to maths. So it's not correct to say that flat earthers can't do maths, because that's complete falsehood, right? That would mean the flat earthers don't know anything. Right? That was part of the reason why they said it, but it's not true. But why did they continue to say it? Because flat earthers don't decide that the Earth is a globe as step one. But what they must do to make it a globe is start out like measuring the Earth as a horizontal plane with topography above and below it, and GP points off in a straight line in the distance, sometimes thousands of miles away, and circles of equal latitude that are completely flat, monstrous areas of the Earth that you're treating as completely flat, to get geometric positions, blah, 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 blah. We don't do all that and then convert it into a globe mathematically. So because we don't do that, we supposedly don't know maths.
Well, it's the other way around, because we didn't start with it being a globe by absolute certitude and back calculating the flatness that is inconsequential when it's locally flat measured, right? Because we knew already that we were starting at a globe when we started looking more in depth about how the globe works. We just don't add the sentence from a flat earth. Whereas you're saying, well, when you start with a flat earth to create the globe in the way that you phrased it, but they work backwards from our perspective, but in their mind, they're working forwards from the point that they already know that they're standing on a spherical surface, right? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I think I do, yeah.
Go on, John.
Not necessarily. They use a flat plane. They know that it's flat. And then they use calculations that don't work to claim that it's the flat plane that's wrong, not their calculation. And then they say they know it's not flat because, and they'll give you a mathematical calculation.
Yeah.
That wonderful statement they said started years ago. The Earth is too big to measure curve. That's literally them telling you we're measuring it flat. Otherwise, we'll never make a mistake.
Yeah, but they're apologising for why they wouldn't be measuring it as it is in their mind. So because it is curved in their mind, they start by saying, well, it's so big that I can't be measuring the curve I know it is at this point when I measure it locally flat. But that's starting from the supposition of sphericity to begin with and saying I'm smart for understanding the more in-depth flatness of the curve that I know it is when I measure it flat. Do you see what I mean? They're working from the standpoint of sphericity to begin with, which makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
Just let me get that last sentence out. It makes perfect sense because that's how they've been indoctrinated to believe you are from the outset. So back earlier in debate, we started accusing people of working from presupposition. That is to say, you're begging the question. Well, yeah, because they automatically assume Earth's a sphere in all instances.
Sorry about that. I was over enthusiastic because
okay.
it involved Jiren and the bowlers. Well, he's the bowler as well, but it's like you know, the latest one is you just don't understand large spheres. Why are they saying that? Right? When they're measuring everything as a Home Depot, why are they saying that? Right? You don't know? Because they know that they are treating the Earth as a monstrous sphere that could have a few flat parts on it because they're so big, which is not correct with the mathematics. But that's what they need to do. So they're giving themselves permission to beg the question, to take flat plane measurements and then mathematically turn them into some kind of arc length or some kind of a point on a sphere, and then tell you that you don't understand large spheres. That's what they're trying to do.
Sorry, John.
Well, that's where I laugh because they have to know it's a flat plane first before they can do any of this.
Yeah, but knowing it is painful when we point it out as the starting point rather than the end point. That's what I'm driving at.
Yes, but how they overcome that pain is through the use of greater than 7/6R, right, and tangent planes.
Nah.
Right?
By
So they
accusing
go
me
into
of
a
having a mute
mathematical
button.
world.
No. It's accusing me. That's what they can do when it's Toon telling Jiren. But when it's Toon telling me, it's where's the guns? You've got a mute button. It's true.
That's true, yeah.
Right, well, Toon went and told Jiren, and Jiren just lapped it up like a good little doggy. Yes, lap, tangent plane, yes. I come along and tell Jiren, you can't have a point out in space that's a ground position on the end of a tangent plane. Further to that, we're measuring Earth's surface, and tangents are single points with a dangling globe below that we're not measuring. So no, right? So that's me peeing in the face of a tangent plane that is asserted to a conciliatory ex-flatty named Jiren Campanella when dealing with the deceit of somebody that alleges that ground positions are out in space on tangent planes with dangling, redundant, not used globes beneath the plane that you are measuring. But my point here is that if you can view that as an end point, that's to say you've definitely got the globe, and the way you're calculating, I can't even help myself from saying it the way it is, the tangent plane with dangling dingleberry Earth beneath it is the end of your process, rather than you start by measuring the angles off the plane surface of Earth and create the globe from those measurements of the plane surface of Earth, to then have a globe to imagine yourself standing on the outside edge of when you convert the points measured on the plane surface of Earth. You can see that the plane surface of Earth is the starting point, not the awkward ending point that needs to, oh, well, it's only because Earth's so big, to justify why you're measuring it that way. In other words, it's their globe is the starting point, flat Earth measurements an awkward end point that we have to do and just need to because it's easier or whatever they justify it with, because it's just so big, but definitely a starting point of a globe that we have to utilise no matter what, versus us saying, well, you're just measuring a flat Earth. There's no ifs, buts or maybes about it, you're just measuring Earth flat.
Yeah, it's amazing that they can do that in their own heads. You know, start stretching the horizon away. You know what I mean? Like an elastic band. We just stretch this horizon off out into the distance where it can't be, you know, geometrically for my paradigm. And then after we've done that, which is obviously within my paradigm an arc length still, no matter what way I try and twist or turn it, because I'm unbending the globe, that I'm basically creating a mathematically bigger globe by doing this. So it's still an arc length. But either way, I'm going to ignore all that and just say now it's a tangent plane. You know what I mean? So they mathematically contradict themselves when they're invoking these two things, regardless of whether they go tangent plane first and greater than 7/6 or second or whichever.
This Jiren Campanella guy is... Go ahead, Chocolate. You just off mute accidentally, Chocolate.
Yeah, I was just saying, Brian, it's not just mathematically.
Oh God, it's horrendous, Chocolate. We can't hear you.
All right, forget.
Just your mic's just too bad a train wreck, I'm afraid. It was anyway. So Jiren, it would seem, is disclaiming left and right in various different posts that people keep sending me. This is something I have had over the weekend. It might have even been Chocolate that sent this, but one of his most recent posts lets me know that he knows the actual score because of the way he's carefully phrasing things. But he's still alluding to anti-flat Earth rhetoric as a former flatty, but in a way that says, you know Earth's measured flat, but want to tell an audience how the globe is the best way of explaining these things. Like, this is controlled opposition behaviour in the true sense of the word. I'll just read out this one passage. There's a whole bunch of passages, but this one particular passage caught my eye. This is a quote from Jiren Campanella. Quote, "The Earth, when mapped on a sphere or globe, accounts for and predicts all sunrise and sunset times and angles exactly 100% for every location on Earth for every day of the year and years into the past or future. The flat Earth map open brackets, now falsified, close brackets, has never, in capitals, been able to account for one sunrise or sunset time and angle in any location on Earth. Okay? There's a little bit more. I won't go on with the endless paragraphs because it goes on and on and on. But you get the general gist, right? Okay, so there's a few things in there that tells me. First, the opener of that paragraph. The Earth when mapped on a sphere or globe. What do you mean the Earth when mapped on globe? Yeah, when mapped onto a globe means when you take the systems that we derive from elevation angles to the stars, for systems like latitude and longitude, and map them onto a sphere. Yeah. So Jiren, at a base level, just by that phraseology, understands that we're mapping onto the sphere. Well, shouldn't we be taking our precision measurements from a sphere? If it is a sphere, yeah, we would be, but we're not. But in his phraseology, it tells me that he knows the score, but still wants to tell people the globe works best. You're like, okay. I mean, I can admire the beauty of the church's heliocentric version of mapping the stars into a world moving around the sun at the centre of that system mathematically. I can admire the beauty of that. But that doesn't mean, as Jiren's alluding to his audience, that that's suddenly the correct way of viewing the world. No. It's the Roman Catholics' explanation for the stars' movements in a unified system called heliocentrism. So what? You're saying because it's the best we've got, that that's what we should now accept and roll over? No, it seems like Jiren's been put into place to lead flat earthers back onto the ball as being the best explanation. Now, what does that also tell me? If that's his purpose in being here, like he's instrumental and intentional in his purpose for doing so, then that's the best that humanity have, which I'd already came to the conclusion of, if there is some greater power in the mix leading Jiren to do as he is doing. Well, if there isn't, and it's just that is through study of Jiren and he's wise and has done the due diligence and primary source research to come to the conclusion that the best humanity has done is heliocentrism, then perhaps I might agree with him. It just doesn't change and alter the fact that Earth is still a flat surface that we've been measuring for quite some time. And in spite of the Church's best efforts to give us a system that's quite out of the box in terms of its rhetorical nature when described in reification terms, of being on a ball moving around the sun, in absurd terms, it does actually mathematically do quite a good job of explaining where the stars will be when it comes to epicycles. It bettered them.
Well,
go ahead.
Not really.
Well, it does a pretty good job.
Fault.
It's just not perfect.
No, it doesn't.
Let's just do a quick shout-out.
So
you can criticise me after my shout-out to Vidali. Just want to say thanks for the help destroying Globers in debate. Can't wait for the book. We'll come back to the book. Thank you for the super chat, Vidali. Go ahead, Brian.
Instead of being able to comment on what you were saying about Jiren, now I have to address this thing again. No, it does not. Right? For every single observation, they must pre-assume a flat stationary plane at vernal equinox. How does that fit a globe?
It's crap. I agree.
Yeah, right.
I didn't say it was good. That's not what I said. Don't misconstrue what I've said. The best we've got, or the best humanity's come up with to date, that's not saying it's good. Saying I could admire its mathematical eloquence isn't also saying it's good or right, is it? It's just saying that's the best we've done.
What a book said. That doesn't mean it's correct.
Hold on a minute. Oh, yeah, it doesn't mean it's correct, and you're never on a sphere in it.
No, and you're absolutely right. You need a flat plane at vernal equinox to describe it in any way, shape, or form. It's not very good.
Yeah, see, I want to comment on what you said about Jiren Campanella, but you keep on pushing this thing. I don't know why you keep. It's just something some bozo wrote in a book, right? That's what happened. Sorry, it's not correct, because if it was correct, right, then it would be, but it's not. Think about the players involved. Kepler. It's not correct. If that was correct, if what you're saying was, I'm just talking about mathematically. If that was mathematically correct, there'd be no need for the equatorial plane to be extended into the celestial plane, right, and made stationary at vernal equinox. There'd be no need for that.
It's ludicrous. It mathematically cannot function in physical terms. You're talking about turning a plane that you're measuring into a ball that moves around a light that you've measured the angles off a plane with. It's utterly absurd in terms of, now I understand how it functions, the ability for me to mentally reify it into something that it actually exists as in physical terms isn't possible. So if you want me to decry it, it's utterly ludicrous and incapable of reification mentally by me. In terms of it actually physically existing, I don't know if there's words to describe how beyond absurd it actually is. There you go.
Well, try and make it work without your hammer sign. See if you're little.
You can't. You don't have the globe to have the
work.
points without have a sign. You don't have the globe to have the points to project the land to pretend you're standing on it.
Yeah, you're screwed with your little agenda there.
I haven't got an agenda. I never had one. Every time I do this, it's been the same for years, about 5 years. Whenever I say I admire the beauty of some of the mathematics that describe heliocentric motion, for its quirky, out of the box, it doesn't matter what caveats I get. Well, if you're going to say it works, did I say that? No.
Pardon me. Haversine is still with respect to a flat plane. That's the thing it's distorting.
Yes. Yeah, it's projecting out points, the angles through which are actually projected onto the celestial sphere. So 10th would be the first to correct this when we discuss this. He's like, well, no, the pizza slice, the PZX triangle, doesn't actually relate to a globe at all. You can project those points back down. That's Haversine conversion. But what you're actually describing, and again, this is to speak to Brian's point about the plane that is required at vernal equinox, that projected angle, the 3 points aren't points on the globe surface. They're points on the perspective view that's created when you create a celestial hemisphere. So you're projecting 3 points up onto that. That's what gives you your bendy. What do they call them? The non-triangle triangles. The pizza slice.
Spherical triangles. Yeah,
spherical triangles. Yeah. PZX triangles, right? But that triangle isn't in relation to the globe surface. It's in relation to the dome of the heavens, if you want to call it that, after mathematical reification. But those are the points.
Well, they're using it two ways, but it's always from the center of the globe, from the equatorial plane,
yes,
at vernal equinox. It's 3 different angles that gives them 3 points in the sky that they can then make 3 circles out of, or 3 arcs out of, and then they can project those arcs back, let's say diminish them in size, and project them back onto a sphere arc that they're placing in between where the angles are taken from and the mathematical celestial dome. Now, they also can do it where they just project them onto the surface of the sphere without even addressing the celestials. They can also do that because they can do it, because they've been back engineering it from the celestial dome for so long. They can project them just from the center point out to points on the surface of a sphere. Because Adam was saying that the Haversine formula is just a way of projecting points on the surface of a sphere from a center flat plane. That's what it is. That's one of the purposes of it. It's how they convert from run line distances to great circle routes. Why is it we all hear about great circle routes for years? Because, great circle routes. Yeah, but that's an after calculation, after the actual route and distance has happened. They then need to take that distance and route and make it fit on a globe. And after they've done all that mathematically, they'll ask you, how do you explain it? Explain what? Do you know what I mean? How do you explain the great circle routes? Explain what? They only exist because you mathematically made it happen.
Well, when they ask me that, I'll say, what do you mean, the great circles with respect to a flat plane? Those great circles.
Exactly.
Have you actually got the clip of you at Toon? Or the number? And we're going to have a quick listen to it. Anybody know where that is? Can anybody dig that out?
John's debate with Ruhith.
Yeah.
I'm not sure where. I couldn't even... I don't have it anyway. John might have it.
It's probably a bit late in the live show, but if we do manage to grab hold of that in a pinch, it'd be interesting to go back and have a listen to it. It's been such a long time.
Well, that's what initially started the review process that we're on now with videos we review, was that video, and we never reviewed it.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Oh, you'll have to dig it out. Can you remember the title of it? Maybe someone in the Discord server will dig it out for us. Who knows?
I'll go find it.
Probably on Toon's channel.
Well, it would be. It's him hosting it, right? If someone can find it, we'll cover it now. Although I've asked for it 5 minutes before the end of a typical live hour that we do. But we might cover it.
But it'll only end in 5 minutes if you make it end in 5 minutes.
Yeah, I like to keep a schedule. The other thing
Anyway,
I do want to do
on,
is address that super chat. Someone mentioned the book again, and it's because Adam's the guy who's actually doing the typing. There's a term that you give to that particular person, stenographer or something like that.
Typist.
I don't want to call him a typist. He's not a bleeding receptionist and secretary. He's not my PA.
That's the way you've positioned it. Go on.
Yeah, well, okay. When I was a recruitment consultant, I had my own administrator, and what my administrator would do would be type up letters that I gave her. I'd be like, "Can you write this letter to this person? Can you send this payslip out to this client, etc., etc." Right? That's an administrator, but Adam's more than an administrator, far, far more than an administrator. To the point where on QE show the other day, he took the stance of saying, "I am one of the authors." And you're like, well, I can understand how he would view it, given the amount of work and input he has on what he's actually typing. And he's got the original draft on one side of the page, the new hotness, fresh, ready to be put into print on the left-hand side of his page, or the vice versa, or whatever I just said. And, he's going through it with a fight. It's a lot of actual graft that Adam's putting in, yeah? But without him, unfortunately, things grind to a halt, and he's been ill the last few days. That and just before last weekend, I had him running around getting me a microphone. So, once Adam's back and tickety-boo and feeling healthy, hopefully we'll finish off the last... There's only one more chapter to do, and it's a chapter that we haven't got to make any amendments for. It's the flights chapter, right? It's come about since we started writing the book, so it's all fresh. Now, in that respect, if Adam wants an author title, hopefully he'll be helping author that, because it doesn't exist yet. But... that's it. It's so close to being done. Now, if we could actually get it done, as in Adam's well and QE's not being a fusspot, I don't see why we can't put maybe 1 or 2 more days' work in and get it out to the publisher.
Can I just relay what you actually said? That Adam's a typist, not an author, and QE's a fusspot. They'll get the job done.
Stop fucking around. Get on with it. It's already basically written with the exception of one chapter.
Not out of the authorship at all, and QE's only a pain in the neck, supposedly. But they better get this job done because we're running out of time. What
QE does, is raise the standards, right? But that can take few words, but they're very important words. Now, I can demean them because they're irritating and cause huge amounts of work when he says 3 or 4 words. Like, no, this is awful. and then he'll just shut up and suddenly you're into rewriting out bleeding chapter.
Yeah, can you cite it? That's irritating. When you hear ballers making the claim constantly, and then he asks you to cite their claim, that can be a pain in the butt. You know what I mean?
Isn't that what he said to you last time we were literally writing it and you wanted something to go in? And he kept on saying, well, can you cite it? Was that you?
Yeah. Yeah. And I finally went and got it. That's the reason we have...
seismology, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I can waffle on into an entire chapter that might have taken a day to write, refine, and then edit, do all the punctuation. Then it goes in front of QE and he'll say something like, well, where's the citation for this? You're like, well, it's me. It's artistic license. I can waffle on. And you'll get that. And then you're like, does this mean we're going to end up spending another 2 days? Yeah, it does, yeah. So I can say QE's irritating. Now, that is to demean his extremely valuable input in basically anything he does. But I've got to put those disclaimers in because me moaning about it isn't going to change how valuable it is, which is it's the same with Adam, right? I can't diminish how valuable the input of everybody who's contributed to my book, but I'd still want to take ownership of it as my book. Why wouldn't I?
Too late, Oakley. Too late. You're after throwing him under the bus. You can't pull them back out now when they're all damaged and broken up. You can't. It's done, man.
No, I'm not throwing anybody in. I am extremely grateful for the help I get. I will not deny it.
The debate with Ruhif, I guess it wasn't good enough globe proof. I cannot find it.
Oh, that's a bummer. Oh, is that it, Nathan? I believe this is the correct video. Refracted curvature, John versus Ruhif in celestial navigation debate. No timestamps. Sorry.
No.
Go on, John.
The first 25 minutes is all we need. The flat Earth is already proven in the first 25 minutes.
Can you just tell me if it's the right video?
And I never
click on it. Is this the right video?
Yeah, you can just start it.
With so many holiday
We've got an advert. Once the advert finishes, I'll just play it and you can tell me if it's the right video or not. Oh, 2 adverts, both unskippable. We'll get there.
It was about 2 hours total, I think. The first 30 minutes is the only part that matters. The rest of it's them just rumpusing me.
It all matters.
Such that the light coming from the star is arriving at the observer and at the GP in parallel lines.
You're going to need a flat earth for that. Straight away. I just picked a random bit. Where do you get rumpused? That's the bit I want to hear. Where do you start talking about? The 20-minute mark?
The 25-minute mark, right around there.
Miles and 24,000 point on that circle. So in this example on screen...
Circles of equal altitude. You're going to need a flat earth for that. This is great. Equal altitude? What, like no curve?
Let's say the GP of the star is over Louisiana. We need to find all the points on the surface that are, for example, 1,000 nautical miles away from the GP. So,
nautical miles? You're going to need a flat earth for that. Oh, dear. Oh, you forget how funny it is when they're presenting stuff that just needs flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, flat earth, left and right. It's everywhere. All roads lead to a flat earth, don't they?
The question is...
Now I know why you were laughing at them.
What formula am I going to use? The Haversine formula. All right, the Haversine formula determines the great circle distance between 2 points on a sphere, given their longitudes and latitudes. Important in navigation, it is a special case of a more general formula in spherical trigonometry, the law of Haversines.
That was an admittance. See the way he went, the Haversine formula. That was an admittance that he had to convert whatever he originally had to fit on a globe.
Yeah, but like yeah, but if you picture this from a mentality that he thinks he's being smart because he's working backwards from a globe that already exists to the Haversine, yeah, you're pointing out that you go from a flat plane and then need the conversion process to create the 3 points on the celestial sphere on an imagined 3959 radius sphere below it with the same angle points projected through it from within. Well, we've just gone through this, but we've gone through it from the starting point of flat measurement to conversion with Haversine. He thinks he's starting with spherical, and when he makes his dun 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 because it's to a sphere, he thinks that's because it's starting at that point. It isn't, and he's, like I say, trying to pass that out in a way that makes it seem smart to know how the sphere works. But it's not how the sphere works, it's how it's conjured into existence.
Well, because the Haversine works with all sizes of spheres, the whole point of it is to give you distances, an arc distance between points on a sphere. They would have to mathematically kind of give the celestial dome or whatever an actual size to do that, if you understand what I mean. They can't be treating the celestial bodies as infinite distances away and be treating it as a sphere that they're going to use. Right. Do you know what I mean? You understand what I mean, John, don't you?
Yes,
I don't.
That's why they put you in hell, and you're projecting points onto an Earth, right? An Earth sphere. They've made the outside celestial dome their Earth in this example. So they're actually calculating from the center of Earth to the celestial sphere, but they're using the Earth, and then they're putting the Earth as the celestial sphere afterwards. It's mind-numbing.
Yes, exactly. They're actually giving the celestial sphere a 3959 radius. Is what they're actually doing.
Yes, that's a much better way of describing what I was trying to explain earlier when I said that they're putting the points of the PZX triangle onto the celestial sphere. But you've based it a lot better. They're turning those points into the globe at 3959, but it's still the same points. They're points projected from angles projected from the surface up to those three individualistic points that you could then describe as a pizza slice that's bending through a PZX spherical triangle. But then they're actually saying that with a 3959 radius is the surface. It's not. It's the star positions. So they're making the celestial sphere the globe. That's a much better way of putting it.
Relates the sides and angles of spherical triangles. In fact, more correctly, I'm going to be using the inverse Haversine formula. So the Haversine formula gives you the distance between two known points, where the inverse Haversine, you give it a latitude and a longitude.
Why do you need anything if you've already got known distances? It's just to create the ball, right?
And
yes,
then you tell
that's all he's doing right now.
Yeah, you already know the distance. That's the only purpose of this Haversine is the magic trick. It's just a magic trick. It's like, but if you've got known distances, what do you need it for?
Distance and a bearing, and it will tell you the coordinates of where you will end up. Now, I would like to plot my circles in Google Earth, but the built-in circle tool on Google Earth actually uses a slightly different formula called the Vincenti formula, which takes into account the slight oblateness of the Earth. But the correct formula for celestial navigation is the Haversine, so I ended up writing some Python code to draw my circles for me.
Pause a second. Thank you. It's something I've been saying for a long while, is that the oblate spheroid has nothing got to do with their globe geometrically. When they want to reference celestial navigation or astronomy, right, they're referencing a perfect sphere, because they have to when they want to use the latitude and longitude grid. The oblate spheroid is only a pre-assumption of centrifugal force creating a wider, pre-assumption of rotation, and centrifugal force creating a wider equatorial circumference than polar circumference. But when it comes to them having to actually make it work somewhat with mathematics, they've got to use the Haversine formula, which treats their globe as a perfect sphere. So they're in contradiction. What he just said there is a complete contradiction. And point is showing that. Come on, John.
You're right, but they use the southern discrepancies of the celestial dome model, that system, its discrepancies. They equate that to it being a big, kind of chubby in the middle. You know what I mean? Like, so they throw that in there, even though they don't even relate to each other.
Yeah, because they can't, because the latitude and longitude grid can't work under those circumstances, because it means that the degrees of let's say, degrees of distance along the longitude lines have to change between the latitudes, right? And the amount of circumference of the latitude then has to also change. So their equator can't be 21,600 nautical miles around, as they try and claim it is, because at that point, the conversion between nautical and statute miles doesn't work for them. So they have to have a different conversion. And this is the problem. This is why when it comes to actually trying to plot positions, they avoid all of that and go straight to a perfect sphere with the Haversine formula. Because the Haversine formula doesn't work well with, or maybe not at all, I would say, with the oblate spheroid. So, like, this is just like, we're doing a lot of talking about it, but really what's going on is they're using different equations to convert reality into different versions of their paradigm. That's really all that's going on there.
Here's what it looks like in Google Earth. And where these circles intersect is my position fix. So this is it, zoomed right in, just so we can see how tightly these three circles intersect. So my position fix, which looks to be accurate.
Radii?
No, he's also got the distances marked in nautical miles.
Yeah, they're only linear.
Yes.
Nautical miles are only linear. Sorry, Nathan.
So he's using a flat Earth distance, linear in nature, and describing curved radii. Yes.
2 nautical miles is 31 degrees, 11.1 minutes south, 15 degrees, 36.9 minutes east. And just to finish things up, I'll repeat the questions I had for my opponent during the...
Good job, because I heard nothing but John interrupting you constantly. Very irritating, John. Why couldn't you control yourself, John?
He was making all my points for me. I didn't need to speak.
This presentation. Question 1. What is the geometry that justifies dip correction on a flat Earth? Question.
So dip correction? Dip to what?
May I answer that?
Sure.
Dip correction is an angle measurement from eye level to where surface level appears to meet the sky. It necessitates a flat Earth, not a sphere.
Yeah, that's a flat Earth prerequisite. You'll need a flat Earth to correct to or from. With dip correction, that's flat Earth in every sense. And what kind of idiot asks a question like that?
Question 2.
But see, this is the thing. Sorry, Nathan, before I press play. What he's about to do is invoke 7 over 6R, because that becomes very close to what the dip would be. Because dip itself is corrupted. The dip correction itself is corrupted. Still doesn't fit a globe. It doesn't match the globe. It doesn't even match the 7 over 6R. The 7 over 6R distance to the horizon and point does come very close to it, but it's not exactly the same. But the thing about the dip is that the proof that the dip is completely corrupted, right? I've used it over time because it drives the borders mad.
Hold on. I love how we've been Jedi mind trick, because in the question, Q1, what is the geometry that justifies dip correction on a flat Earth? Sorry, dip what? What's the word missing there? Is there a word missing there?
To the horizon?
No, after the word dip. Dip what?
Correction. Angle.
Dip angle? Who said that?
Me, that was my point.
Go ahead, John.
Yes.
Was it John?
I'll go after John.
Who said angle?
Yeah,
was it you that said
point.
angle, John?
Yeah.
Good.
Yes. Dip angle correction is eye level, a horizontal plane, to a parallel point where surface level, a parallel plane, appears to meet the sky.
Right.
At no point are you
angle.
ever describing a sphere. It's an angle with respect to a flat plane.
Exactly. So why does it just say dip correction? You mean dip angle? Yeah, with surface level and eye level being the correction for the angle. It can only be a straight line is the point. It's an angle.
Not exactly, no. It's messed with. The dip correction has been messed with, because what you're doing is you're taking a line within the paradigm that they're referencing. It's a line coming from your eyes down to where you see the horizon. What they're doing is giving the horizon an actual distance based off of their eye height, right? And they're mathematically invoking a dip correction via that, making the horizon a refracted 7 over 6R horizon, and those calculations will be very close to the actual dip calculations.
You've done it again.
No, hang on. I'm trying to correct you on something here. I know what I'm talking about. Just leave me go through it, right? What they're trying to do is hijack the dip correction via the use of 7 over 6R and claimed refracted BS horizon, right, for them. That's how they try and hijack the dip correction. Now, it doesn't match the dip correction. It comes very close to it. But the dip correction itself has been corrupted over time. It's not correct, right? But it doesn't matter, because because that is not the final correction to the elevation angle. The final correction to the elevation angle is the site reduction, which treats the which treats sea level as your horizontal. It removes dip and it removes this claimed celestial refraction, which is another heap of rubbish, right? It removes both those things to give you accuracy. So your best accuracy will be with sea level, mean sea level, let's just say, as your horizontal, and the removing of claimed celestial refraction. So they remove the dip and they remove claimed celestial refraction, and they get best accuracy. So that tells you alone. That alone tells you that the dip correction is corrupted.
Fine.
Right. That's the nonsense of their claim. He just asked me how I justify dip correction on a flat Earth.
Yes and no, because he's about to invoke 706R.
He didn't. He did not. He did not do that yet. He just asked me to justify it. I don't have to go into that at that moment.
And even if he does,
he brings his claim up. It's nice to know that, but I don't need to know that to point out that it's an angle measurement between two flat planes.
Why is there a refraction correction in the almanac if angles require straight lines?
Sorry, those two things aren't connected, right? It's nothing to do with the almanac when you say angles require straight lines. Yeah? So it's not like they're connected in any way. This stupid question too. Why is there a refraction correction in the almanac? Perfectly reasonable question to ask if you don't know the answer, but not connected to, consequentially subject to, angles requiring straight lines. No. Straight lines meeting at a vertex are angles, and everything else isn't that aren't angles. So it's not if angles require straight lines. No, angles are straight lines, Roofy, you dumbass.
Well, do you see what's going on there with them? Do you see the way he said, why do we need to invoke refraction? He's actually, if angles are straight lines, or whatever he said. I'd like to hear it again, but you probably won't go back. The thing is that he's basically bringing a tangent, right, to a refracted globe's edge. That's what he's doing at that point, because he's invoking a 7/6R globe's edge, which is not a geometric point. So he's bringing a tangent from the eye down to what would be a globe's edge, and then bringing that tangent up to his eye line mathematically. And that's how he's... But no, that doesn't work, right? The whole lot doesn't work, but that's what he's trying to do, right? When the celestial... Just 1 second, I just want to say this one part. The dip correction and the celestial and claimed celestial refraction, which is not refraction, that rubbish, that's directly connected. The two of them help each other, and they both help people like Gruhif in the overall, right? Well, they don't help them, but they allow people like Gruhif to think that they're helping them, right? Because that's why when they want to have accuracy, they need to remove both of those. Why do they need to remove them? Because they only actually get in the way of reality. That's why.
No reference to a flat plane.
Well, yeah, right. But he never makes that claim. Just with what he said, it's on its face stupid. Like he never like. There's no need to go that far because he can't make that claim from the point he just made because it's stupid.
Sure, but I'm glad that with Brian being the if QE was here, we don't anticipate, but I'm glad he has. He's preemptively undoing these arguments, which is where he is going. And Brian's been around enough of Ruhif to know exactly why he's laying these foundations. So I don't mind Brian doing it. I also don't mind you summarising that he hasn't done that. Perfectly reasonable.
Question 3. What is the geometry that justifies 69 miles per degree on a flat Earth? And
69 per degree is on a flat Earth. That's what it is. It's an angle measurement on a flat Earth. Why is he phrasing flat Earth prerequisites as questions? Roofy, think you're being sly. This is so sad. If I phrase my defeat like it's a question, no one will notice. It'll be like it's not a defeat. Brilliant. Roof, you're so dumb. It does amuse me greatly. Any comment on that? Or should we just move straight on?
He just hijack, tried to hijack a load of flat plane stuff. That's what he's trying to do. You know, how does you, John, you would say, how would this flat plane measurement work on your flat plane? That's what he's really asking, isn't it?
Yes, that's what he's asking me, and that's why I said I ain't gotta explain to him how it works on the flat plane that is already being utilized within the question.
Yeah, just for the audience's benefit, just in case, as Q put it, you can't fog a mirror and you need this explaining to you, right? Here's what's on screen for my Hangout, right? Now imagine that you're using Polaris as the angle measurement and you're getting your degree for your latitude from Polaris as you back away from it, right? The derivation of 1 degree for every 69 nautical miles is based on that angle measurement that you've created that system with. So what you're saying is, how does this flat Earth elevation angle measurement principle that when measured on a flat Earth and converted to a useful convention work on a flat Earth? That's his question, isn't it? Just say yes so we can move
Essentially, yes. Essentially, yes. After he's used a bent tangent.
You don't anticipate. Right, let's move on to question 4.
And question 4, on what map is my opponent drawing his circles of equal altitude?
A flat one.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Damn it, I couldn't get to the mic quick enough. Yeah, a flat map.
And that'd be all of them, or conversely, any of them.
Hey, that is Ruhif's, and he's off screen now. So you see 2 of me for a
Would
second.
you like me to turn my camera on?
Sure. There you go. All right. So your position. Let's see. Can you send it to me, and I will.
Hang on.
I will
Just look on the last frame, or the second last frame of the video, I guess.
Well, can you? So that I can type it. I don't want to.
Oh, hold on.
Yeah, I want to copy paste. So.
I mean, at the start of the show, I was talking about microphones and stuff, and me concerning myself with the production quality of the show in general, right? And I do faff and I do fuss over it, and perhaps talk about it more than is justified. But when it comes to moments like this, I'm squeezing the arms of my chair, because as far as I can see, it looks like he's got earphones in, although it is a tiny little display, so I can't quite tell if he's monitoring his own sound. But at the point that he himself is 10x quieter than his guest, Ruhif, just frustrates me to all hell. I mean, I can sort it out after the fact here with compressors and boosting volume and making it sound reasonably the same, but it just frustrates me. Aren't they monitoring their own show? Do they not care? Now, heaven forbid that this shouldn't get 21,000 views. But there we go. It just peeves me that this crap will go to the top of the lists. Now, I know it's because of censorship for the subject matter, but it does mean that literally the worst possible produced quality rises to the top like it's the cream.
The actual position, I'll put it in the chat. Make sure it's the right one here. Yep.
Oh yeah, this part right here. They wanted to make it their challenge, right? And they wanted me to calculate my position on Earth using flat Earth elevation angle measurements to justify my capacity to do this process. And I told them, I got tired of them sending me messages, so I said, a flat earther will be doing it. Don't you worry. Ruhif was that flat earther. They just wouldn't let me point that out.
Negative 31.15 and 15.5.
There you go.
So I'll put that in to right here. This is an application of the Haversine formula, as you mentioned. So we'll see how far you're.
Other than to say hello, have you said a single word yet? We're 28 minutes in. Almost 29.
Position is from the correct answer. So do I have to type that? All right, hold on.
Sorry.
That's all right.
Deeply sorry.
We got 31 and 11.1 minutes.
I couldn't stop laughing. I had myself on mute, but I laughed the entire time.
Well, you're just sat there as the
pretty good
guest that's not said anything yet. Almost half an hour into the show, and he's just muttering about whatever.
15, 36.9.
Pause a second. Just very quickly, do you remember me pointing out earlier where if they could just basically turn off us for as 99% of the show, they would. This is the result. This is the result of that. For like the best part of a half an hour, John hasn't said one word. The two of them are now. It was Ruhif for 25 minutes, and now it's him and Ruhif. They're quite happy to have John say nothing and just go on with their rhetoric and then claim victory when John hasn't even said anything yet.
Take. There it is. 11 kilometers off. Not bad.
That's about 6 nautical miles.
Yeah. And so I will show you, let's see here. Here is the, on a globe, this is what it looks like. These points here are the GPs of each of the 3 stars. So there it is off of the coast of South Africa there. And so there's the 3rd. So that's what it looks like in, there you go. And similar to yours, there's just a tiny little crooked hat. So there you go. All right, so you are a mere 11 kilometers off, 6 nautical miles about. So, all right.
I'm disappointed, MC Toon. Disappointed.
Just you wanted to be closer?
Yeah, at least.
Why can't you stay organized? I've experienced this myself, and it's called chronic impulse control, where you prioritize.
I live. At least I live. I'm going to survive.
You survive. So good for that. All right. So now it is, so I would call that a success. The captain of the ship is happy, and you will get back to port.
Great job. That was excellent. Good job.
All right, John, I'll read the same thing to you. John, you have secured work on a ship. In your application, you wrote that you are skilled in celestial navigation. You have been at sea for a while. There have been a storm for a few days. The electronics were damaged in the storm, and the ship's location is unknown. The captain remembers your application, so has handed you a sextant and asked you to get the position. Nothing matters other than getting the accurate fix. Lives are on the line. Get it wrong, you get lost at sea and you die.
Yeah, like I said when I put this challenge out there, I concede he got it. Good job. But the problem is he invoked my model 5 times when he was doing it.
John,
That was 11 seconds before interruption.
This is your chance to do the fix. This is your chance to do the fix, to get the fix.
I understand.
Nothing
but
matters.
He invoked my model.
Nothing.
He invoked my model
John,
5 times. The celestial
I'm sorry.
sphere is
Nothing matters other than getting the fix. Lives are on the line. Get it wrong, you get lost at sea and you die. This is your chance to present how to do celestial navigation for Flat Earth as you agreed in the debate challenge, where he chose the topic. The topic is to show us.
To that, did I? No, you took my challenge. Not the other way around, doofus.
Yep.
So you got 11 seconds before interruption from Toon taking control after giving Ruhif approximately 30 minutes unimpeded. Then
and helping Ruhif.
Huh?
And helping Ruhif. At the end. He helped Ruhif at the end of his presentation.
Okay. So what I can hear, just want to hear it one more time, right? Just listen to the tone of Toon's voice.
My model.
Nothing.
My model
John,
5 times. The celestial
I'm sorry.
sphere is
Nothing matters other than getting the fix. Lives are on the line. Get it wrong, you get lost at sea and you die. This is your chance to present how to do celestial navigation for Flat Earth as you agreed in the debate challenge, where he chose the topic. The topic.
As he lies, you can hear the voice box tighten. Can you hear it? As he knows he's lying about what you've agreed to, so that he can seem to be in control of what you will say after 10 seconds, just over, of unimpeded talk.
Is to show how celestial navigation works for your model. So go right ahead.
Right, and he did that when he invoked the celestial sphere model.
This is your model. This is your chance to show how your model works.
He did that. He did that. He demonstrated admirably.
No, this isn't about his presentation. Now, this is your chance to show how Flat Earth does this. Go ahead.
I'm not arguing with how it was done. I'm pointing out that he used a flat plane model to do it.
This is your chance to show how the angles that I gave you that are specific to you, how that works, and the position that that your ship is at. So it's a different set of angles.
Well, as my stipulation goes, I said I would concede to everything, and I would limit my rebuttals to that required a flat plane, and that contradicts the celestial sphere model. So I'd like to answer his questions that he asked.
Okay, but first of all, that's a concession that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Yeah,
you're conceding that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
That's incorrect. You used the flat Earth model, and you invoked it 5 times.
This is your chance, John.
So within, what, minute and a half of you opening your mouth, it's 2v1 with them dictating to you what you're going to talk about. Within 1 minute, 1.5 minutes, tops.
Yeah, never responding to anything I actually say. They've never responded to anything I actually said, not once.
Well, I'm going to go back in a minute and listen to exactly that.
Set of angles.
Well, as my stipulation goes, I said I would concede to everything, and I would limit my rebuttals to that required a flat plane, and that contradicts the celestial sphere model. So I'd like to answer his questions that he asked.
So you're saying that needs a flat Earth. That's what's been put to Toon, as it's him that's now taken the reins. And you've said, okay, I've addressed you. Now I want to address the questions I've been asked specifically. Let's see how Toon reacts.
Okay, but first of all, that's a concession that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
Yeah,
you're conceding that it doesn't work on flat Earth.
That's incorrect.
You just literally said you'll need a flat Earth for that and described it with respect to the celestial sphere. And they've ignored it and hand-waved it and both sat on him at the same time within 1 minute of him opening his mouth. Is this your, half-hour presentation time that you're getting, John, is it? I take it.
Obviously, this is my chance to speak, right? You used the flat Earth model.
There, put it to him again.
And
Go
you
ahead.
invoked it 5 times.
This is your chance, John.
He was unimpeded. Response to him saying, no, you're conceding you can't do that on a flat Earth. Your response, you're using a flat Earth. Toon's response, go ahead, this is your chance. You were completely unimpeded, they heard you. You cowards.
John, your chance to show how it works. Go ahead.
Well, he just demonstrated.
No. This is your chance.
Got 3 words out. And what were you going to be saying in those 3 words, John? Reiterating the thing that you just said 5 seconds earlier that he completely ignored? And he's immediately into talking through you.
Can I say it now? Why would I have to go through this whole process again when Ruhif just demonstrated how it worked on a flat plane?
Chance to show you have different angles.
No, so when I pressed play, after Toon telling his guest to go ahead, we're hearing Toon's voice and John's voice at the same time. Yeah? Now, heaven forbid, if this was my show, yeah, and it was Toon doing that to one of my guests, for example, or to me, I'd have to shut him up. Yeah? But Toon, on his own show, has just said, go ahead, end quote, Toon, and we're still hearing Toon's voice, aren't we?
Did.
Different angles that I gave you. So it's your chance to show how it...
Was it not his chance to talk when you said, quote, go ahead, Toon? Or is this just the verbal mute button and the bullying where you'll be telling him what he's going to be saying tactic? Go ahead, while I now tell you and insist on what you will be saying. You total and utter coward.
Works for...
He just utilized it on a flat plane. Like, why would I need to? He just used my model to demonstrate.
No, I'm sorry.
There we go. He was in the middle of a sentence and Toon's immediately utilising his mute button while John takes his victory, or attempts to, for a second time. But not without Toon interrupting him. He's just reiterating to you, Toon, that he used his, quote, model. That vernacular probably wouldn't fly these days. This is quite some time ago. But he's using a flat earth for it. Go ahead, John.
No, I wouldn't say model nowadays. I'd say he used a flat earth diagram and flat earth maps, flat earth conventions, and flat earth ideas. At no point were we ever on a sphere for any of this.
Yeah, nice that when you say it, it's unimpeded, but for the fact that Toon's hearing it from you in his presence, but prefers to hear the sound of his own voice while you're attempting to say it now for the third time.
This is your chance to show how it works for...
Really? What, with you talking as you're telling him again that it's his chance? Oh, it's only his chance to do as you say he needs to say. Right, Toon, you pathetic coward. Can't cope with a man actually saying what he wants to say. He'll be hearing your voice if he says what he wants to say. No, you can be telling him what he should be saying and dictating to him what he will be saying, but for the fact that you'll be talking if he isn't saying those words, right, Toon? What a coward.
For flat earth, I gave you different angle measurements.
Oh, you gave them him, did you? Oh, you can only use the things you handed to him, Toon, right? You pathetic weasel.
For you to show how it works, so go right ahead.
He used the celestial sphere model, which
this is not about me, John.
It's not.
So was that 4 seconds before both of them are interrupting him? After inviting him to talk, 4 seconds. Just hear that again.
Chance to show how it works for flat earth. I gave you different angle measurements.
So you told him it's his chance. Now you're giving him a caveat after telling him basically, go, this is your opportunity. It's the third time you've told him to talk.
For you to show how it works. So go right ahead.
So go right ahead is the end of the caveats and permission to speak. Let's count it off in seconds. I'm going to press play now.
He used the celestial sphere model, which
this is not about me, John.
That was 3 seconds before he was interrupted. You guys are cowards. Ruhif, you're a coward. Toon, you're a coward. You can't cope. So what is it? You guys were claiming I got a mute button? You can't cope with more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds!
It's not.
It is.
Yeah, Brian.
Sorry, I was just going to say, this is John's opportunity to fulfill McToon and Ruhif's challenge after they accepted John's challenge. This is the most annoying thing for me. They accepted John. John had this challenge out there. It wasn't wishy-washy. He had it out there for weeks, maybe possibly months. This exact challenge, right? He was very clear on what it was. They tried to hijack that and make it into something that he accepted. He didn't accept anything. They accepted his challenge. Then they tried to hijack it and repurpose it into their challenge. Now they're asking John how come he's not fulfilling the challenge that they put out there. The neck of these people. It was John's challenge.
Yes,
that he accepted.
We
and
already
it failed.
discussed this. It's projection, isn't it? Their inability to cope with John's challenge turns into, it's our challenge John can't cope with. Pure, unadulterated projection, Brian.
A celestial sphere model is a flat plane model.
John, you agreed that you will show how it...
now we're hearing Toon raising his voice and shouting down the opponent who's approximately had 20 seconds of unimpeded speech thus far. So hearing Toon shout through you, John. How lovely.
It works on flat Earth. That's the agreement that you agreed to, John. So if you don't show...
So the agreement that John agreed to when laying down a challenge that you accepted regarding him and his positioning with regards to your use of a flat Earth that he's now reiterating and getting shut down over. I see. No, you're just liars, aren't you? You've, as Brian just put it, repurposed and repositioned the situation that you found yourself in so that you are in perceivable control by the audience's perspective. That's it. It's sad, these tactics that they must employ.
And he did that admirably.
It's not about his presentation. It's about you showing how it works. Now, if you're agreeing with him, I want you to understand that he used the radius of the Earth multiple times. And if you are agreeing with him that you need the radius of the Earth, then you are completely ditching.
Is it just me, or is this the host now basically taking over completely when the flat earthers having an opportunity to talk? We're getting 90% host and about 10% with impedance. That's to say, him and his other guest, Ruhiv, talking through him. But it's mostly 90% Toon.
Flat Earth, 100% throwing it away, and I do appreciate that, John.
No, that's incorrect. You're missing it.
Oh, he didn't use the radius of the Earth?
That was another 3 seconds. He said, no, that's incorrect, took breath and started to expand upon his disagreement, and is immediately interrupted by Toon again. Immediately. 3 seconds.
Pause a second, Nathan. I just want to state that I've never...
Yeah.
Sorry, is that you, John? Did John want to say something ahead of me? I'll go ahead. I'll be quick.
No, go ahead.
Sorry, I just want to state that I've yet to hear Toon on a debating platform where he's not allowed to overtalk the opponent completely. He's either in a position where he's the moderator or he's in charge of it, he's overtalking someone, or there's a moderator that allows him to do it. I have never heard him debate anyone where he wasn't allowed. Now, he did debate Flatside, right? But there wasn't a moderator because it was Flatside and him. So if there's no moderator, there's no one to tell you to be quiet, if you understand what I mean. So because it was he streamed it and Flatside streamed it, I think, if I remember how it went. But the point is that I don't ever hear him in a position where a moderator goes, sorry, you must be quiet while your opponent speaks, and put him on mute or anything. I don't hear that. That happened in our debate. We were both put on mute because he was over-talking me. So because the moderator was biased, but he couldn't deny that he was over-talking me and basically being abusive, he had to mute both of us, which was not the thing to do, was to mute the fellow who's over-talking.
Yeah. What you're saying is, if you were to interrupt him, you'd be whipped. Bad, naughty, punished. If he overtalks you too much, then both of you get whipped.
Yes, that's how it works.
Radius of the Earth were applied incorrectly because he was contradicting the model that he was using to get the measurement.
This is not a chance for you to say words about his demonstration. This is a chance for you to show how your demonstration works, John.
With almost none of John's words being unimpeded, I still understand that he's suggesting that Ruhiv's done it on his behalf. That's what he's put to Toon at least twice. Now, don't get me wrong, Toon's attempted to impede that coming through, but I think I'm pretty clear that that's what's been put across. Is anybody else, we've got a whole panel of people here, that is unclear what refracted curvature has put back to Toon at this point? Anybody unclear? He's saying
I'm certainly not. It's very clear.
He's done it for me already. That he needed a flat Earth for it. Is anybody unclear? Because Toon's making out like, no, you need to do something. You haven't done anything. But yet he's had it at least twice, albeit with Toon trying to impede it. Is it in his mind, because he's tried to impede it, it hasn't actually come? If I go la, 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 la through the top of it, it didn't really come. You telling me that you've already presented the flat plane, Ruhiv had to utilise it. Therefore, his is mine, essentially. That's not unclear to anybody, except Toon, who's obviously mentally deranged or stupid. Because it's pretty clear what's been put to him thus far, and it satisfies that which he's now asking beyond that. Well, you need to give me something. He has, Toon.
You need to show how the measurements work
in a flat plane model.
No, he didn't. John, this is nothing to do...
So we're only ever getting your response with Toon talking through it, I'm afraid, now, John. You know, and him disagreeing straight after your impeded point comes through the top of Toon talking through your, go ahead, your turn to talk, this is your opportunity. We're just getting what you say with Toon on top of it, unfortunately, it seems.
About his presentation,
the celestial sphere is a flat plane model.
100%.
It seems on this platform, Toon, you as a flat earther, John's just getting him and you at the same time. Is that how it's reasonable after half an hour Ruhif's presentation completely unimpeded? I jokingly pointed out that there was so many horrible interjections from John the whole time, like saying you need a flat earth for that, which he could have done. He didn't. But now it's his opportunity. He's had, what, 2 or 3 3-second periods to talk.
About your presentation. You agreed to show how it worked on flat Earth. That's the stipulation of this.
And he did that admirably. I told you I was going to make all the concessions you wanted.
To show...
Sorry, John, again, it's too busy telling you it's your opportunity through the top of you actually trying to make true what you've offered him via Ruhif as your conduit. Him telling you it's your opportunity over the top of you attempting to do that is reasonable behaviour in Toon's mind. Sorry, this is your mute button, by the way, Toon. You're muting him, is what you're doing. Yeah? It's not like the half an hour presentation that the biased presentation that you got from your friend here, because that's basically what he is, your mate. Yeah? So your mate gets mate treatment and your enemy gets 3 seconds of unimpeded airtime.
How it
demonstrated it on a flat plane.
No, I'm sorry, he did not do that.
He used the celestial sphere model 5 times.
The celestial sphere is a sphere.
And I missed quite a bit of it.
Again, he used the celestial sphere model 5 times. So what, we got 8 words out. And by the time the 8th words come out, Toon is saying, the celestial sphere model is blah, 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 through the top of you. You cowards. You literally can't bear to have a flat earther talk to you. You can't bear even hearing them talk to you. You can't bear to engage in conversation with a flat earther. It's too painful.
A concentric sphere around the globe. There's no...
Why am I hearing Toon explaining things? Yeah? So in addition to half an hour Ruhif, we need now Toon, rather than his flat earth guest, to waffle on at us, the audience, do we? Oh, do we now, Toon? This is your chance when you've told him 4 times that it's his chance to talk.
Because there's no concentric sphere around flat Earth.
This doesn't seem like it's your chance to talk. Was he lying to you, it seems, John? Because he's told you 4 times it's your chance.
Yes, it has to be a lie. There's no other way around it. He told me it was my chance to talk, and he would never let me speak.
Toon, you're a liar. You're just a scumbag. You're a disingenuous scumbag, lying glurf. Yeah, you keep telling your guest it's his turn to talk, and then we're hearing your voice. So you're a liar. There's no other words for it, is there? Liar.
Earth. I don't know what you're talking about there. But
he's not talking. You're talking. Yeah, you're inviting your guest to talk, and then we're hearing your bloody voice.
It doesn't matter.
No.
You agreed to show how celestial navigation...
No, we're just hearing what is being dictated to the guest that he should be saying. I see. How interesting, Toon.
Works for your model, and you have specific numbers.
He used my model. Why would I need to do that?
No, he didn't.
Why would I need to do that? He used my model. He used my model. The celestial sphere model is a flat plane model. He used that.
He didn't use a flat plane model.
It admirably.
He never used a flat plane. But John, please,
he did.
Which step of
the celestial
the process?
Sphere model is a flat plane model.
You're saying that a sphere is a plane?
He used my model.
Whoa, hold on a second. You are saying that a plane is a sphere?
No, the celestial...
No, he made it abundantly clear, you utter retard, that the utilization of the celestial sphere, as per the demonstration in Ruhiv's presentation, is a flat plane, quote, model. That was what he just said to you. Was it for the fact that you were waffling through the top of him that you became retarded in between him telling you and your brain comprehending the words that came out of his frigging mouth? What is your mental malfunction, man? I don't get it. You think that when he says that he utilised the celestial sphere model, that means he's saying flat means sphere? No, that means that you have a mental incapacity where you dropped on your head. Because nobody in right mind would delineate that conclusion from what was said to you, regardless of the amount of heavy interruption that it received. Even us listening with you interrupting would never come to the conclusion that he's saying flat means sphere. You are unbelievably stupid, McToon. There's a good right you've got a reason to fear us. It's because you're stupid. That's why you are in fear of us. You're a coward because you know how stupid you are. Hey, John.
No, Nathan. Sorry, pause. Pause a second before you press play. No.
Pause me.
McToon knows.
I will. Pause.
Oh, sorry. McToon knows, he's fully aware that what John is saying is correct. This is why John could not get any of these people to accept his challenge for so long. I think it was like, I didn't say in 3 weeks, but I think it was more like 3 months, if I'm not wrong, that John had that challenge out there. He knows that what John is saying is true. So he's trying to bring things into some kind of comical absurdum, right, as some kind of a defense. No, he knows that what John is saying is true, that Ruhif invoked a flat plane 5 times to come up with his globe calculation. He knows that. And that's what he's saying, Thank you.
Sphere model has a flat plane that the angle measurements are derived from.
Oh, well, then show the geometry of that, please. Go ahead. Yeah, share your screen and show the geometry of that.
The celestial sphere.
I've done that in
the
my
celestial sphere. Demonstrating that geometry, though. Why would I demonstrate the geometry that's being demonstrated within the celestial sphere? That's stupid, isn't it?
Well, your opponents utilised it already. So, again, it's between a rock and a hard place. It's like if you decry it, you're decrying your globe Earth friend's utilisation of it. And if you accept it because it's flat. It is flat. It's what you're using. It's no ifs, buts, or maybes. But he's now saying, rather than I'll put myself between a rock and a hard place of decrying this, that the globe Earth proponent Ruhiv has used, I'll say you demonstrate the geometry of it. Like, why?
Yeah, that's a red herring. It says chaff and redirect away from what he knows to be true. That's what it is. Rather than me, Toon, accepting it and saying, okay, he uses a flat plane. Rather than me accepting that and stating that, I'm asking John to prove that it uses a flat plane, something that I am aware of already. So it's very dishonest to ask that.
Okay, well, we're only, 5 minutes worth of John being on the show, and we've got 90% Toon. Probably heard almost as much Ruhif as we have John.
Kitchen.
Go ahead. This is your chance.
Okay.
That's 5 times you've been invited to talk.
He never would play my kitchen video where I demonstrated
did that in my kitchen.
what they were
Hold on,
doing.
let me get a video for you.
He wouldn't play that video.
I believe I left a comment on that video. Something along the lines of, you've demonstrated perfectly why celestial navigation doesn't work on flat Earth.
But did you get to give a colour commentary to Ruhif's presentation? Because you just saw it in your presentation, you're getting your video together, right? When Ruhif was short pause in the middle of his presentation earlier on in the stream, were you able to just give colour commentary randomly, like Ruhif's now doing?
No, I'd refuse to. I was going to let him get it all out, you know. I wanted him to have his fair chance to speak. I just wish I'd have been afforded the same.
Congratulations.
Hey. Hello?
Hello?
Hello. He asked, McBooger Eater asked, when did Rufy use the flat Earth first? The moment that Numpty from Down Under cast his gaze over to the sextant, because you, as a globetard, must deny the very existence of the instrument. you McBooger-eating McMoron, that's when. Because it's an elevation angle measurement device. You can't acquire elevation angles off a globe-tard. That's when. The whole foundation of it. You McBooger-eating McIdiot.
Perfect. On that note, I'm going to say if you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premiering streams, then stay tuned, as there will be an after show to follow.
Fine.
Right, we'll run this after show till Adam gets here, then we'll hopefully do the book. We did say Monday, didn't we?
Even if we did say Monday, we'd have to confirm it's Monday on Monday. So if you're asking me, then yeah.
Always Monday on Monday. It's whether or not Adam's still sick, really. We'll find that out shortly, hopefully. I'm going to
Do you want to listen to any more of that? Because
do
there's
tomorrow.
never a point where they make it.
Absolutely. I'm mad to hear more of it. There's a load of stuff in there.
Well, there is, but unfortunately, I've got to do a few admins. I've got to post the thumbnail because I've got 3 McKeegans in a row for some reason as thumbnails. I've got to do something about that. I've got to get myself a drink. So, you know.
Well, let me throw. Well, we'll get back to it in a minute then when you're finished doing all those things. How about that?
In a minute or tomorrow.
No, we'll get back to it in a minute when you're finished doing all those things. We never get. This is the problem. This is the furthest we ever got with this. We need to do all of it in one day. The people who are in the live show now, who were in the live show, who have been abruptly cut off from this, they're expecting. Well, when the after show comes out, they'll continue it on, and we'll get to hear more of it. And if you don't do that, that's going to be very disappointing for all the people in the.
Not at all. This
audience.
is what they expect. They expect more of Brian, more of Refracted. They expect some chocolate interruptions, and they're going to get loads of in abundance. You moaning about us not covering the video is what they really want.
Always.
You know, the funny thing about that video, by the end of it, I had them both denying that you create a square when you drop a plumb bob in front of the horizon. That creates a perfect 90 for calibration of the square.
I wanted that part. That's what I want to hear. I want to get, but I want everything in between as well. I want to get to that point because they had to deny that the horizon was horizontal.
Yeah,
so
they did.
Yeah, they are. The plumb bob is perpendicular to what then? You know what I mean? What's it perpendicular to then? You know, because once you deny the horizon's horizontal, you deny horizontal. Now, if you're claiming a globe, you're denying horizontal and vertical. The plumb bob should be of no use to you. But the point is that if you're claiming the plumb bob is a vertical, go on.
I took him there too. I said, so we're going to. He said, we're going to get our angle from a plumb bob, not from the horizontal. You know. And I said, well, drop that plumb bob in free space. What's it going to do? Because you've taken the Earth away. You don't have a vector to describe down with. So, it's just floating now because it's in free space. Is that what we're going to do? And he's like, no.
Yeah, it would be good if we could see this through. It would be nice if we could see this through, though. Would be nice, yeah? Because you started it. So why not finish it, you know?
We're going to see this through, Jim. We're going to get through this. We're going to power through this together. It's you and me.
That's exactly my sentiment, Jane. We should be continuing on at this. The thumbnails can be made later. But anyway, John, this was back at a time when they were claiming, well, they're still doing it now. The uneducated ones are the ones that are being deceptive with the right naive flat earthers, that you can just get an angle from a plumb bob and you don't need the horizontal. It's like, no, you can't do that because that's like their version of a zenith angle is a joke because no, the zenith angle is a 90 degrees. That's what it's the opposite. It's red. It's an elevation angle read the opposite way. So this rubbish they try to invoke.
They deny the objective up and down, right? They have a subjective vertical, right? Depending upon your position. But if you're in free space, there is no vertical or horizontal. If they want to take the Earth out of it, they don't have vertical or horizontal anymore.
But they don't have it within a globe anyway. So as soon as they're trying to claim a globe, they don't have it. And when they try to invoke basically the plumb bob being a zenith that's to the center of a globe, they don't have the horizontal. And that means they can't measure a zenith angle or an elevation angle because they don't have the processes to do either.
This is his presentation.
No,
we'll get to the discussion.
No, I demonstrated that.
We'll get just a second.
I demonstrated the angles.
John, just a second. Ruhif,
okay,
this is John's turn to do his presentation, and I'm just trying to get.
He interrupted you to tell the audience that this is your turn to talk. Just listen to that again.
We'll get to the discussion.
No, I demonstrated that.
We'll get just a second.
I demonstrated the angles.
John, just a second. Ruhif,
okay,
this is John's turn to do his presentation, and I'm just trying to get him to do what he agreed to.
This is John's turn to talk. I'm just trying to get him to say the words I want him to say. He just won't do it.
This is a trick that go on, sorry, go on. Go on, talk.
I'm saying he called him Ruhif, and Ruhif wasn't even speaking. Like, what?
I'm like,
there will be a discussion between you and John.
No, they're not using any tricks here. No, you're kidding.
Yeah, they are.
Really? Shocking.
Yeah. Where they'll overtalk the person talking to tell them that it's okay for them to talk, or to tell someone else that they're going to be talking. That's what
I'd never known that. I'd have never known that if you didn't tell me.
That's genius.
It's not for your benefit.
Just Brian, shut up. This is Brian's turn to talk. Shut up, Brian. This is Brian's turn. Shut up, Brian. Brian, do you mind not laughing while I'm trying to introduce you? This is your turn to talk, Brian. Anyway, so this was Brian's turn to talk. He just didn't say the words I wanted him to say. Now, Brian, repeat after me. Nathan Oakley is ace. Can you just say those words and those words only, please, Brian? Anything else will be interrupted immediately.
What I was going to
don't
say...
mumble. Just Nathan Oakley is ace. Brian, this is your turn to talk.
I would stick all of my responses to, and I would concede to everything. I'm pretty sure I said that. I concede to everything. Go ahead. You're using a flat plane model.
Right, go ahead.
He demonstrated a flat plane model.
Present what part of his...
He started with go ahead. So while you started to again reiterate that you're utilizing a flat plane model, immediately he started to interrupt you by saying, go ahead. Oh my God.
Why do I need to do anything?
John, just show what part of his presentation used
he proved it for me.
John, just show the part of his presentation that used a flat Earth. Go ahead.
The celestial sphere model that has a flat Earth
ahead, just show
in
it.
Yes.
Show it. Yeah, go ahead. Just not just words.
Just look it up.
Go ahead.
Hold on, I'll get a picture of it.
He wouldn't ever post my picture either. It gets frustrating after a while. Yeah.
All right, we're waiting for the... Ooh, I need some of this. So,
for the thing you won't post when it comes.
Like I said, I will read some of the agreement. Let's see here. We have some
will you now?
That,
you don't read it at all.
Talking with John here. The challenge is, which model does celestial navigation work on? Right?
That was not the challenge, so he's lying.
Let's see.
Lawyer.
Yeah,
that's right. It was a response to you saying that you would concede all of their points and still win because they'd need a flat Earth for their points. Correct?
Yes. Yeah, that was the overarching point of it. But I said that I would limit all of my responses to you'll need a flat plane for that and demonstrate how, or that contradicts the celestial sphere model, which is a diagram, which is neither here nor there, but that's just me being incorrect about my language back then.
You asserted that angles require straight lines, which is a very strange thing, because
well,
come again. You said that angles require straight lines, which is strange, because I'm a complete bonehead and think that straight lines meeting at vertex points aren't straight. What kind of crackpot comment is that? To assert that someone who says that straight lines and angles are synonymous? How stupid are you?
I would need to see the geometric proof for that.
What, that straight lines form angles? You need proof for that, would you, Dumbo?
That's the definition of an angle.
Yeah, exactly. Well said.
Why would I need to? Are you seriously?
Yeah, you would need to show the geometric proof that you can't measure an angle to a curve.
Measure an angle to a curve?
I gotta show you that an angle is a straight line.
Yeah, because I can show you the geometric proof that you
Yeah, you're just laughing at him now. Good.
You can. But it's on you to support that claim.
It doesn't have to support it, right? He can violate the principle of an angle if he bends one of the lines.
It's on me to prove that an angle is...
Okay, Brian.
Sorry, very quickly. There's two things going on here. There's Toon trying to invoke, without saying it, because I know all this. I dealt with them. I know exactly where they're going. Trying to invoke a zenith angle that doesn't have a horizontal connected to it, because this is something they were trying back then, right? Good, but as I just pointed out, the zenith angle is just an elevation angle read the opposite way. I had to correct them on that, all of them, even make videos. But there's a second thing going on here, that an angle is, right, he's denying that an angle is two straight lines. He's saying geometrically prove that, people rubbish. But what he's not doing is referencing an elevation angle, which is three straight lines, which is a right angle triangle. So they're always 5 steps away from admitting that it's a right angle triangle, that the elevation angle is a right angle triangle. That's the main thing they have. That's more than anything else in celestial navigation. That is the one thing that they brace against constantly and will not accept. That's the one thing they'll sidestep, go around anything but accept that truth.
Well, they can't even have the first angle.
Exactly.
That was my point to him, is your first angle is with respect to a flat plane. Why do I have to do anything at this point? It's over.
Yep. It was over before they got the angle. It was over when I said, when they cast the gaze to the sextant, it was over. O-V-E-R for the retards. McBugger Eater and the numpty from down under. Roofie.
Is two straight lines.
No, that you cannot measure an angle to a curve. Yeah.
What? Say that again.
It's on you to show that you cannot measure an angle to a curve if you're going to make that claim. But anyway, this is about. I want to be clear, John. This is your chance to show, as you agreed, how celestial navigation works for your model, and there are specific numbers that I gave you, measurements that I gave you to do.
How'd you get them?
Why would I do that when Ruhif did it so admirably? I don't get it. He used the celestial sphere model of a flat plane.
You've said
over and over again.
Yeah, so I'm not without supporting evidence.
Jumping through hoops, man. Come on now.
Well, you agreed to this, and so far you have not done.
Yeah, your point needs him saying you said through the top of it. It's only reasonable, John.
I said to him that a flat earther will demonstrate how celestial navigation works, and Ruhif did it.
Yeah. Whilst laughing, you're saying he did it admirably. Now, we can just about hear it, but I'm pointing out that while you're saying it, he's saying you said through the top of your response, which is now, let's be honest, we've seen this 100,000 times. This is your 5th attempt to concisely and unimpededly reiterate your point that hasn't come through once without the hosts talking through you. Not once. So it's just your 5th attempt to make the same point. concisely, isn't it? Really, because it hasn't been heard and responded to once.
Basically, they can't respond to it. This is all they got.
What you agreed to.
He demonstrated it. I knew he was going to.
Aquí mi corazón.
You can talk while the adverts are playing.
No.
That's what I was going to
I
say.
thought I could skip it.
Do it.
Do what? You've claimed that he did that. All right. Well, I put.
He used the celestial sphere model 5 times. Anybody that's watching this, just go look up the celestial sphere model. That's all he did. He used the flat plane model of the celestial sphere.
All right. Well, for people following along at home, I have since you failed and your entire crew is dead. I put the links there, so I'll show.
Failure. I told you I conceded to everything.
Yes,
what
you
are
did.
You're not listening. I did. I said you can have it all.
Yep,
but you
conceded. All right. So
angle still requires 2 straight lines and a flat baseline.
All right. So, well, those are unsubstantiated. But here
that was a stipulation of the debate I put out.
Here is,
and you all accepted, right?
Just a second, John. Since I'm gonna,
and then you demonstrated it using the celestial sphere, which is my model. That's a flat plane model.
Hold on, John. Hold on.
I'm not excited. This is hilarious.
I'm gonna share
going
this to you so you can see. All right, here is, and everybody sees it at home. There is the one that John.
Now he's presenting what was already half an hour's worth from Ruhif. He's now reiterating Ruhif while hold on through the top of you. Does this get any better?
No, this is about the peak of what they got.
Ruhif did, and he got the correct location. He used the GPs of each of the stars and plotted it on a globe. This is what Ruhif did, right here.
Can I give the answer for John's?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I'd love to hear it.
Valparaiso in Chile.
Nailed it. So here is, right here. There is John's, and again, this is plotted on a sphere. You'll see there's no flat plane. There's no flat plane here.
But see,
but here's what happened,
that's
John.
a projection of the celestial sphere.
So you've
that's a projection of the flat Earth onto a celestial sphere.
So you've
and then you're reifying it into a globe. That's all the globe is.
All you've done is say things. You've not demonstrated anything
that has been projected onto the celestial sphere.
But John, your opinion doesn't matter.
It's not opinion. That's what
you're
it is.
in Davy Jones' locker right now.
I'm in Davy Jones's locker.
All right.
No, I never got.
Yes, you are. All right. So I will hand it over to Ruhif now. Since you failed to demonstrate. No surprise. I mean, nobody really surprised at that. But I'll hand it over to Ruhif and you to have your discussion. Go ahead.
He demonstrated it for me. Why do I have to demonstrate anything if he used my model to do this?
You wanted to show
so you said that you would concede anything. Are you going to concede that it doesn't work on a flat Earth?
You use the flat Earth elevation angle measurements. You use the flat Earth celestial sphere model, and now you want me to concede that it didn't work on a flat Earth? So you want me to say it didn't work, what you just did?
I didn't use a flat Earth. That is your opinion, right? You need to show
not an opinion. You did. You used the celestial sphere model over 5 times when you were talking about elevation angles and getting your fix.
Yeah, we're very clear. If you can't get a position fix, you lose the debate. You did not get a position fix. You have lost.
Was that the challenge?
Okay,
before
you used the flat Earth model 5 times, and you're like, and I lost. Yeah, okay.
Because you're incorrect. That's okay that you're incorrect.
It's okay. I'm correct that you used a flat Earth celestial sphere model 5 times.
Is incorrect.
That's fine. Okay.
anyway, what you obviously came here to discuss elevation angles and celestial sphere models. So, like I've asked you multiple times in the DMs.
Right. Yep.
Yeah, I asked you whether your issue is with angles requiring straight lines.
This AI tool is better than mid.
Yeah, it's good chances. There's no.
You clown! Angles requiring straight lines? I've never heard of such a thing as a goober globetard. Moron, Roofy. My God.
Just seconds. Change image background.
Oh.
Unique artistic looks. Skip the hassle of prompts.
Is that the issue, or angles to the horizon? Can you please elaborate?
When you were asserting your dip angle correction, that you're reifying this sphere that you were projecting up onto the celestial sphere, you said dip angle correction several times. But the problem is you're figuring out the differential angle from a 90 degrees to your vertical that you call your eye level, and a 90 degrees that is the ground in the celestial sphere model that bisects that celestial sphere. And that is where the angle is measured from. That is the flat plane you dwell atop.
Hold on.
That differential, if you map that differential, you can reify it into a geometric position, but it's not. That's what, when you say refracted, that means it's not a geometric position anymore.
Hold on. When you said celestial sphere model, right, it has nothing to do with measuring an angle. Literally nothing to do with it.
Celestial navigation has nothing to do with measuring an angle.
No, I literally said getting an elevation angle has nothing to do with the celestial sphere model, right? Not that celestial navigation has nothing to do with the celestial sphere. Please don't put words in my mouth. All right, so we're getting an elevation angle.
The celestial
what does the
sphere
celestial sphere model have to do with that?
The celestial sphere is derived from the angle measurements.
No, we're starting at step one.
The celestial sphere utilizes that flat plane to put those angles into a model, so you can use an arc minute to find your position on a flat plane.
We're starting at step one. We're starting at step one, getting an elevation angle. Right, nothing to do with the celestial sphere model. What is your issue with getting an elevation angle on a globe?
Okay. Well, why don't we take the sextant out of it? Let's go back to, say, Eratosthenes, right?
Right.
Sticks and shadows. Did he get an elevation angle of the sun with those sticks and shadows?
Yep.
He did. What was his baseline?
What do you mean his baseline? He got an elevation angle. His baseline would be a piece of wood.
What was, okay, his hypotenuse would be from the tip of the shadow to the top of the stick onto the sun, right? That line, right?
Onto like a piece of wood or something, sure.
Okay. And what was the baseline that angle is derived from?
That would be is horizontal.
The Earth?
It'd probably be a piece of wood or something. Just whatever his horizontal is, he's established a horizontal. So his base piece of wood would be perpendicular to his stick.
Okay. The story is he used what are those phallic objects that
Gnomon.
No, the
obelisk, retard.
It's got a name.
Yeah,
it's just I'm losing the name of it.
It doesn't matter. We'll call it a stick. It's fine.
Right. Yeah, it was like a 40-foot tall stick, but he was just using the ground as his flat baseline to get an angle.
Okay, was it relatively flat?
Relatively flat. Okay. Yeah. So it's flat.
What was the ground that he did this measurement on? Was it relatively flat?
How many flat spots are on a sphere?
We have terrain, so there are lots of mountains. They're not very flat.
No, you're talking about Earth again. No,
right?
Confusing geometric question, and then you're throwing
Yeah, his angle would need to be measured against a horizontal. His stick would be the vertical, and he would have to measure the angle with a horizontal. That does not mean the surface is flat.
Yeah, it does.
Well, the horizontal he used was the surface.
Yeah, and how flat was he? Was he in a mountain? Like,
how flat?
How flat was the ground?
Okay.
How flat was
it?
Right, I'm gonna have a break.
Yeah.
You chat amongst yourselves.
How flat was it? How flat was it? Was he in a mountain? You glue sniffer. What the hell?
This is so stupid, isn't it?
Yeah. How flat was it? Was he in a mountain? You friggin' glue sniffing numpty, Ruhif. Have you listened to yourself recently? What a dumbass.
Yeah, well, the thing about it is that when he used the word horizontal, that was the end of it. But even bringing up elevation angles, that ended it. But he kept on saying, let's go back to step one. That's what John is bringing it to. The creation of the celestial sphere model, which is through elevation angles. And when he brings up Eratosthenes, the shadow is the point, is what being used. The shadow along the ground. That gives you a straight line, right? Now, the sun that the hypotenuse is going to, there's a GP for that point, for that sun, and that's going to be directly above a well in Siam. That means that the end of what Ruhif is going is hasn't said it, but he is trying to employ it or invoke it at the end of his tangent plane. That's where the GP of the sun needs to be, right? That will be somewhere up at God knows what altitude above a globe, if they could have an altitude. Do you know what I mean? It's like they keep forgetting this point. At the end of this tangent plane you want to invoke, there has to be a GP point. GP is geographical position. How can you have a geographical position directly below the end of your tangent plane if you're on a globe? You can't.
How are you invoking a tangent plane when the ground is the plane you're using?
Well, see, look, the point is that that's what they're going to try and do without giving it thought. Do you know what I mean? This is this scumbaggery that's used. Go on, Chuck.
That was the best rebuttal to John.
Can't hear you.
Oh, he used the flat plane? Oh, how flat was that plane that he used? Oh, you gotta love it, man.
We would love it if we could hear you.
God damn it.
And they're openly admitting about talking about measuring angles, which has got absolutely nothing to do with curvature.
Roofy, is it the problem that you must have straight lines to get an angle? Is that sort of a problem, you glue sniffer? You would fail intro to third grade geometry. Ass hat. Why don't you go on and tell everyone that definitions are meaningless and modus ponens is an affirming the consequent formological fallacy. Dumbass.
Hey, they told me that was my position. I would have to prove that two straight lines are meeting to create an angle.
Yes.
Like that.
Yes, they both did
That's
it.
hilarious. Yeah. Okay, I'll take that. I win.
That's why he's over on the land of misfit toys these days. He never shows his face. Tired yellow spine numpty from down under. My cat's litter box could destroy your dumbass.
I wouldn't use him to polish my boots and my brass buckles on my hats. Such is the disdain I have, reaching up to be the laces on my boots.
Absolute joke. You know, they've got horizontal, they've got level, they've got elevation angles, and but they haven't got any curvature. Hooray!
No, they don't have any GP points at the end of their tangent planes that they're trying to evoke. That's what they don't have.
I'm just surprised at their desperation.
Yes. You're very loud, whoever that was.
Ain't got no ball. Ain't got no curvature.
Sounded like McToon there, actually, that came in loud.
Yeah, mad.
Did that not sound like McToon?
No.
In the beginning, I wasn't sure if what his motivation was to try to deny the fact that he was using the flat Earth model in order to create his globe. But he did understand it from the very beginning, which became evident only later in this conversation there. And what desperation! What desperation! It's really it's phenomenal to to witness that.
Well, he asked John to geometrically prove that angles need two straight lines or something, wasn't it, John?
Yeah. He said that was my claim, and I was like, if my claim is
That's
true, then
amazing.
the Earth is flat.
Because our games
Yeah.
are getting very exciting. Daddy was just stuck in the tent. So that's what a goong, 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 goong was.
Someone's off mute there.
That was exciting. And then the ladybird became a butterfly. And then that was it. It was we can believe it happened.
Hey, mate, I don't know if you realise you're in a Discord server and everyone can hear what you're saying.
John, I want you to geometrically prove your claim that angles require two straight lines. No.
Eratosthenes did that for them.
Now.
I got to back that positive claim.
Yeah, but the big globe demand.
That's just like what they are. What are you going to argue past on that?
I'm asking how flat was the ground? If the ground was bumpy, then his measurement would be not as accurate as it would be.
Right, you're confusing the topography with geometry, right? The establishment of the baseline with the topography and confusing the two, right?
So he measured an angle.
An actual measurement.
He measured an angle, right? He measured an angle with a 40-foot pole, you said? And he measured something like 7 degrees?
Trying to think of what they call them.
I think it's a gnomon.
Yeah, no, I think it was an obelisk in the story. I'm not exactly sure. But it was pretty big.
Measured, right, so he measured...
a long shadow, right?
No, it wasn't a long shadow. It's 7 degrees. No, because he only measured like 7 degrees. So if you're...
that shadow increases, right, as the day progresses.
Pause a second.
Right.
He didn't measure the shadow. He measured an elevation angle, which means he measured a straight horizontal distance between Alexandria and Siam. That's 500 miles. Not a little shadow off a 40-foot obelisk. Doesn't matter what height the obelisk is. It's the elevation angle places the GP of the celestial body directly vertically below it. Sorry, that just
He
annoys
wasn't
me
measuring
when I hear that.
curvature, that's for sure.
Want to hear that, Nathan?
Yeah, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I don't know what he's doing.
Oh, I'm not going to get to make a cup of coffee unimpeded. I've either got to sit here and pause it every 25 seconds or not, haven't I?
Look, make a cup of coffee and we'll talk, but do come back to this. How about that? Is everyone
I'm
okay with
subtly
that?
sneaking away. It ain't happening.
Does that mean you're not getting an angle when the shadow's longer?
You would have to adjust it to horizontal. That's the point. If you ground
horizontal from where?
From the obelisk. You have to establish a horizontal at the obelisk.
Right.
Okay, so that's why I'm
where
asking.
the angle is taken, right?
From the obelisk, yeah.
No, not from the obelisk, from the tip of the shadow.
Yeah, so we have to establish the horizontal from the obelisk to wherever the shadow lands. And if the land 2 meters away is at the same approximate level as the obelisk, then you're fine.
The shadow is not the elevation angle.
A flat area on Earth.
No curvature then.
Yes, no curvature. Discuss. Right, I'm going to step away. Hopefully it won't leave dead air in my recording.
Step away. You'll be all right.
It got pretty bad towards the end of this. Like, all I could do was laugh at them, because they were denying that an angle was 2 straight lines, and then they would use a square grid system to try to measure angles to curves. Like, oh my God, it was embarrassing.
Funny, this Eratosthenes came up on politics. It was last night or night before? I can't remember. And the booger-eating baltard that was presenting was saying, well, parallel light rays. The light rays are parallel. Light rays, the parallel light rays that he used. So I went in there and I showed, in reality, that they're all divergent, right? And some convergent. And then I said, can you reconcile this? And then pulled up their idiot models of their eclipses from Rice University, NASA, and the Smithsonian that showed that they were using convergent sun rays to predict their umbra and penumbra train wrecks. So then I said, what the hell is going on here? Do the sun's rays change at the whim of your arguments? They just bounce back and forth. We're going to go over this tomorrow before Dr. Shiva makes his curtain call.
Hey, when you do, the way they measure those angles of the sun rays to know that they're parallel is they measure the shadows on the surface of Earth and get the angles to assert they're parallel.
The straight lines?
No,
John, are you telling me that you need straight lines to get an angle? I need you to prove that right now.
No.
No.
Show the geometry for that, please.
Like, we all remember that in grade school, though, right? When we were, I don't even think it was called geometry class then. It was just like basic math, like what an angle is. Pretty sure that was like 3rd grade level stuff that I'm now having to prove to him.
No, to them, because they both made the statement. Both of them did. Rufy mindlessly parroted If Herman Munster blockhead, what do you mean you need straight lines? To get an angle, you're gonna have to prove that geometrically. Is the sun still solid enough, McBooger Eater? Asshat.
According to him, yes. Because in my debate with him only whatever a while back, he doubled, tripled, and quadrupled down on that.
Yeah, apparently we have to prove known facts, but they can make baseless assertions ad infinitum.
The nonsense they're coming out with, John is supposed to prove geometrically prove that an angle is two straight lines meeting at a vertex. I mean, what? I mean, where did they think they were going with that? Like, where is that going to go to? That's purely time wasting, isn't it? Just trying to stop the inevitable, holding back the tide. And John has to prove it now. Come on.
It's arguing for ignorance. They don't want to accept this information. It's like they're arguing for ignorance.
No. They gotta claim that stupid shit so they can posit, like Brian said, like to cast a negative light on it for McBooger Eater's subscribers who are dumber than he is. That's why they do it. Yep.
That's exactly why they're doing it, because he needs to spin it as if John might have a hole in what he's arguing for. It's like, so he has to basically gaslight his subscribers into considering, because they're going to do this, because there's a lot of really dumb ones. They're going to be going, I can see where Kuhn is coming from. Where? How can you see that? You're being gaslit into believing that John stating that an angle, just a basic angle, not an elevation angle, is two straight lines meeting at a vertex, that's somehow debatable.
Unbelievable. That's what we get in Shangri-La with moron Dunning-Kruger retards as the ball tart.
Hey, could I point out something I think will help or will be a good thing tomorrow night? You know this thing about a solar eclipse, right? And they're claiming that their sun has parallel light rays, right? So based on the parallel light rays thing, something I did a while back, if the sun is eclipsed, now their official claim is it's being eclipsed by the moon. Now, I haven't seen any evidence that it is, but we'll just go by their claim, right? Rather than going into that argument. If that's the case, then the moon's shadow, right, no matter what elevation or distance the moon has from the surface of the Earth, has to always be exactly the same size. And that shadow's diameter has to absolutely match the moon. So so that would mean that the shadow would have to always be whatever, 1,000, is it 1,000 or 2,000 miles in diameter? Whatever their moon shadow, their moon diameter rate, moon radius is, right? I think it's 1,000 miles or something.
It's the diameter. I think it's 1,200, if I'm not mistaken. You caught me right in the middle of something, doing something. Just look it up. I think it's 1,200.
Yeah, well, let's just say 1,200, right? Let's just say the diameter of the moon they claim is 1,200 miles, right? That means the shadow the shadow cast upon the surface of Earth, regardless of, now, if you want to take in their convexity as well, you can, but we don't need to do all that rubbish. The shadow cast upon the surface of Earth during a solar eclipse has to always be that width, because they're claiming parallel light rays from the sun. There's no way for the shadow not to be 1,200 miles at all times, regardless of the position of the moon in relation to the Earth, right, within their claim. That it has to be, because parallel light rays, that means there's no divergence. So
2,159 miles.
Yes.
Yeah, I was dyslexic with it. I said 1,200. It's 21. Yeah. Thanks, John.
That's fine. I couldn't remember if there was a radius or diameter. It was just over 1,000. So 2,000 and whatever, 2,020 or 2,100, whatever. So we'll say 2,000. So 21. We just say 2,150, whatever, right? Because I can't remember what Chocolate just said. But that would mean that the shadow cast upon the Earth has to be 2,150 at all times, regardless of the proximity, the distance, because it wouldn't matter what distance the moon was from the surface of their globe. The shadow would have to be always the diameter. Now, there might be a bit of undulation with their convexity, but the point is that what would be required to be shown is never what's seen. Actually, what's seen is the shadow is differing sizes based off of with different, like the 2017 shadow with the solar eclipse and the 2023, is it solar eclipse, or 2024 solar eclipse, were different sizes. The shadow from other solar eclipses created by the moon was different, and there was never, none of them were ever anything like 1,100 or 2,100 miles in diameter. You're talking 70 miles, that kind of thing, and 100 miles, this kind of thing. But the fact that shadow changes, right, proves that the light from the sun hitting the Earth is divergent, and that the moon is not this big massive rock in some heliocentric space. Because if it was, the shadow, it would have to be always equal size, and that diameter of the shadow has to match the diameter of the moon at all times, going by their claims. So I think we should show that tomorrow night, maybe as well.
Maybe not. I want to stress my point. We could do that on the next show.
That sounds like a go away. That's what I heard.
yeah, because mine's the elephant in the room.
Oh, I don't think so.
It has deeper ramifications into their little train wrecks.
How did they measure the angle from the Earth to the moon to the sun, all of that, to assert umbra and penumbra to begin with?
Well, they're not using straight lines, let me tell you, unless you can geometrically prove different. And if you are going to prove it now! Prove it now!
It's just flat. It's geometrically flat.
We have terrain, right?
Oh, he's bad.
We're asserting we should be able to see.
That's a topography argument. That's not a geometry argument. Like, you understand
geometry,
topography and geometry, right?
Yes, the geometry requires that he establish a horizontal at the obelisk and then 2 meters away. If required, adjust that up to horizontal.
Right.
Yes, the geometry requires that he establish a horizontal at the obelisk and then 2 meters away, if required, adjust that up to horizontal if the ground is below or above it.
So he just didn't take an angle.
He took an angle.
And on a flat plane.
He measured the angle relative to the horizontal.
On a flat
horizontal plane. At the obelisk. No.
No.
The horizontal established at the obelisk.
No, he didn't get an angle.
He got an angle. He
established, it wasn't an angle.
He got an angle. He established a horizontal at the obelisk, and presuming that
which is not the same as getting an angle from the tip of the shadow.
Why?
Because what you're asserting is those two horizontals don't match, so you're not getting an angle.
Right, but
that way.
On a globe, right, you're 2 meters away. How much do you think those horizontals will differ by? 2 meters away.
It won't give you an angle.
Right. Okay.
This is 2 meters, right. John. 2 meters
let's
away.
Break this down. Let's break this into a two-dimensional view, right? Say your sphere, right? And you saying that it's tangent at the point of intersection between the curved line, your vertical, and the horizontal that you're saying is not the ground, right?
Correct. The horizontal is at the obelisk.
That belief that you just stated is contradictory to the celestial sphere model.
What the hell does the celestial sphere model have to do with getting an angle?
Model, hold on. In that same model, there's a horizon. So when you take that curved Earth and put it at the point where the angle's taken, you can no longer say that the horizon is a geometric tangent point. When you move that out and do what you did to say that it was a huge Earth and straighten that line out, then you're asserting you're taking your angle from a curved baseline.
We're literally on the ground measuring the angle between some shadow on the ground and the top of an obelisk. What on earth does the celestial sphere model have to do with that?
Well, I'm just saying that the assertion that you're making now is contradictory to the celestial sphere model.
Well,
but for it to be an angle, it must be a straight baseline.
It's probably contradictory to your understanding of the celestial sphere model. That's probably correct.
No, it's not. No, it's not. No, it's a flat plane celestial sphere model.
Right, horizontal. Eye level. Eye level is a flat plane. The surface is not a flat plane.
So when he took that measurement of an angle with the obelisk, if the sun would have been lower in the sky, that wouldn't have been an angle because the baseline would have been curving. But where it was only 2 meters away, it's an angle because the baseline's curving, but not enough that it matters, right?
Yeah, 2 meters away, assuming it's flat, it's not going to make much difference.
That's not an angle on a sphere. He couldn't get it.
So if the sun is 2 degrees above the horizon, it's not 2 degrees above the horizon because that's not an angle.
It's still an angle, but you are measuring it relative to the horizontal.
Boom.
At the obelisk. And if the terrain is different to that horizontal, then you will need to adjust it.
No, you're not.
Let's just hear that again. What we're measuring.
If the terrain, what?
Let's just hear what we're measuring. Hold on.
To the horizontal.
Above the horizon, it's not 2 degrees above the horizon because that's not an angle.
It's still an angle, but you are measuring it relative to the horizontal at the obelisk. And
you are measuring it with respect to the horizontal at the obelisk. Welcome to Flat Earth, Rufy.
And if the terrain is different to that horizontal, then you will need to adjust it.
No, you're not measuring it at the obelisk. You're measuring it at the point where the shadow touches the ground to the obelisk.
And is that point on the horizontal?
That point you're measuring on the horizontal. Yeah, welcome to Flat Earth. You keep using these Flat Earth measurements, Rufy. That's his point. The one that Toon rumpused when he was trying to iterate it at the start of his discussion with you. It's not like he's getting a presentation, suddenly he's into a discussion with you immediately, it seems, rather than him actually being able to lay anything out unimpeded. But what he did lay out unimpeded is what you're now doing, which is constantly utilising a flat Earth, isn't it, Rufy?
Is that point on the horizontal at the...
On the horizontal, yeah, you'll need a flat Earth for it to be on the horizontal, that point, that line, that angle to be on the horizontal, as you put it, end quote, you. Yeah, you're measuring a flat Earth, Rufy, you dick.
Obelisk.
If you're asserting that the baseline's curved, then you don't have an angle. The shadow, you do have an angle from a curved baseline. You need to demonstrate that. Because the
angle is measured.
Angle is the 2 lines meeting at a vertex.
Okay.
That's the definition.
That's it. That's the end of your argument then. So you're measuring an angle. It's 2 straight lines. In spite of, notice our Toon's not piping up. It's dumbass that didn't quite comprehend how that would be a reasonable point to concede. What, straight lines and angles and that dumbass? Toon, you complete numpty. Yeah, you thick.
No. Rufy also said it earlier. So now he's changing his tune. Rufy said it earlier. He questioned it.
But do you 2 numpty dipshits still question whether or not an angle's straight or not? You complete pair of clowns.
No, there's something else going on here. This is why Toon is quiet. Because he can see that what Rufy is trying to invoke is a tangent. And to his audience who just believe any old rubbish, what they're hearing is tangent without Rufy saying it.
No, They can't invoke a tangent. It's on the ground.
I know the measurement is a measurement that's parallel to sea level, right? The distance between Alexandria and Siam. But in their paradigm, they have a tangent, and the GP of that of Siam is at the other end of that tangent.
They can't do that.
I know they can't, but that's
can't.
this is what they think they're doing. They think they're doing this.
The horizontal is on the ground.
Right, but they're trying to conflate it with their idiot. It's so convoluted, right? Roofy doesn't even know his name now.
I'm going to step away again.
That's what this is. Go ahead.
No, I'm just saying I'm going to step away again in case you wonder why there's protracted silence if I don't press play again.
Nathan's getting a donut.
A donut? You know that's space-time.
Yes, obviously.
Well, in future, Nathan, if you were looking for coffee, why don't you just ask me to make it for you?
No, it's the hole in the donut is space-time.
Yes, sorry about that. I remembered it right after. Thanks, Chocolate.
Here we go again. It's nothing but horizontal level angles, parallel, plumb. It's nothing to do with curvature, what they're talking about. What the hell? They're not even allowed to use these words. I've told them.
Yet they do.
Hold on, I'm searching for something here that we were going to do last week that Nathan closed out the show on me on.
Nathan never does those kind of things. That's a poet's saying.
Remember Cinco de Mayo?
Cinco de mayonnaise.
Cinco de sandwich into de mayo? Hold on a second, I'll get it.
Before you start, Chewy, it's almost like that thing I saw in the Master B. It was a long dissertation about saying our eyes have a perspective of straight, but refraction is why it is that way, and it's actually curved. I mean, it sounds like the curve is something that they don't accept as being a belief, and the reality is that everything is straight, linear, horizontal, level. Because if you walked in the middle of the conversation, you would think it was a flat earther talking with all of the terms they use that are affiliated with a flat earth measurement. And then they have to throw the curve in there. And like I had Mike laughing, Michael Connor said, it's almost like everything's going great with your date with your girl. And all of a sudden you get the bubble guts and squeeze the silent deadly one. Mess the whole night up. You were on a roll. You was about to get laid and you just had to not control your bowels. That's what globe charts do. They got it and then they lose it with the curve. They get you right there and then they just...
Well, they never reference any curve, D. This is the thing. They don't. The closest they go to referencing a curve is claiming that they're using a tangent. If you think about it.
Yeah, but
they never mention curvature. Really just horizontal.
Yeah, they say all the words, horizontal, tangent, yada, yada, yada. But then they'll say in the curvature, they'll always use the word curvature or some type of implicit word that means curve.
Yeah, tangent. Tangent is begging the question of a sphere. So when they say tangent, they're begging the question that they're on a globe. Or when they talk about angles from a center point, when they're invoking the equatorial plane, they're invoking the center of their globe. But they're never actually referencing the curve part. They're never actually addressing and measuring that part. It's only references that, like the equatorial plane, that they hardly ever actually use. Actually, it's mostly us that use that. But it's mostly them with tangents. So they just invoke that there is a dingleberry. Do you know what I mean? They just invoke this and then kind of carry on as if everything's normal.
Yep. Like when somebody broke down, level has to be 2 points that are of equal elevation, not 1 point. They go by the point. And they'll say just because that point touches the bottom of the angle, that's where they're measuring the angle. And that's where they're not lost. They just want to invoke the globe, period. And they'll do it by convoluting, perverting, whatever term you want to use.
Well, what they do is they switch between. Just 1 second. Before we point, the point is lost. They switch between level being 1 point or 3 points. It's never just 2. It's either 3 points or 1 point. Right? It's either 1 point at the surface of their globe, right? That's at a 3959 distance from the center of their globe, or it's 3 points in 2 different ways. One way is it's 2 separate points on the surface of their globe and a point at the center that they're both equal distance from, or it's 3 points on the surface which they don't want to deal with. Because that's
What's
not
the point?
Yeah, I mean, at the point where somebody's saying you have to prove an angle is 2 straight lines, the conversation should be over then.
Yeah, geometrically prove that. No!
Thank you. I like that.
This thing, isn't it? That's the no! Right, prove that. No! Big demand. As if they're in some position of authority to demand something from us.
I mean, at the point you feel you've got to prove an angle's 2 straight lines to somebody, then I mean, you're just lowering yourself to their level. Pardon the pun. I mean, this is what it's. This is how this.
Why
is
are
what
you
it's come
claiming
to.
that it is one deck? Are you claiming that an angle is 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex? Because if you are, you need to geometrically prove that. No.
Well, just go and read the Eratosthenes. Go and read the Eratosthenes. Go and read the Eratosthenes story. It'll geometrically prove it for you.
Yeah, you see how quickly he accepted that it was 2 straight lines meeting at an angle when I went into Eratosthenes. Then it wasn't up for debate. It's on the horizontal, and you got the angles measured in the vertical. Everything's cushy then.
Yeah. You got the ground, the surface level.
Yeah, he's fine about that because he wants to invoke a tangent.
He can't with that, though, because the surface is the horizontal in that particular example.
Exactly.
But he can't in anything. He can never invoke a tangent when it comes to an elevation angle. This is the thing. He can't invoke these things.
No, he can't. Right. And specifically, when you're demonstrating the angle is on the surface, he ain't got nowhere to go.
Exactly.
Nope. Exactly.
Precisely.
Good old Eratosthenes. The Greeks all knew that.
But he ends up denying right angles. God, what all does he deny? He practically denies everything in geometry by the end of this.
Hey, Deck, wasn't it you when the brown vegan queer was talking that you had said there was a school example in 3rd grade? Was that you? And it said it showed a wavy line, a circle, and then a straight line, and it asked what was horizontal. Was that you, Deck?
Yeah, man. Yeah, it was. I can't. Yeah, it was. I don't know what grade it was. It was a multiple choice question from.
It was not high school.
School. Yeah, it was junior school, I think, and in the UK, which is probably age 9. And it just gave a few pictures and it asked you to tick the box which best described the word level.
Yeah, level. Exactly.
And one of them was a circle, one of them was a wavy line, one of them was a straight line, and it's quite. This is what we're dealing with. We shouldn't even be talking about this, guys. You know what I mean? It's just ridiculous that we're lowering ourselves to this level.
Exactly. I like the pun. like when you would even, well, I guess I understood why Nathan was reviewing it, because you wanted to see different levels of thirsty sub acquiring idiots that want to get a bunch of subs. So what they'll do is the best way to get views is to jump on the bandwagon and speak the nonsensical rhetoric like the brown queer vegan did. But in a way, I felt like, why are we even giving this guy attention? Because what we're doing is we are making him more popular. But but then again, we have to let our audience know this is another level of the Globetard syndicate that we have to be aware of. Now they got liberal
I agree with
leftists.
that. I agree with that. I agree with all that you said there, and I think it's important that we do drop to these levels just to show the listeners that this is how silly it gets. But you need to understand that this is how they are. They're going to drag a simple situation into the gutter and try to confuse with it, but we don't get confused. You keep it crystal clear to them. So I think it's good that you do that.
Reality and the truth.
But the young children will get it as well that way.
Well, Jim, you just post the evidence that an angle is 2 straight lines, mate. Geometrically. Well, we'll all have a read of that.
But what was it? Reality and the truth. Very straightforward and simplistic. These people must complicate everything. Everything must be complicated, as they need that complication to create confusion, and then they're going to try and garner some rubbish out of the confusion to make it seem like they had some kind of a valid argument at some point. That's what they always do. So they need to hijack things that aren't theirs, right? Literally, right? Like elevation angles or whatever, right? And then convolute the whole situation to give their listeners, who are obviously completely naive, some idea that, hey, I think that person did have an argument. No, they never had anything. They never had an argument. They just complicating it so much, they're giving you the impression that they had something.
And the thing is, a point is at the end of each straight line. Okay. And he just said level was an example of a line that the children chose in multiple choice, right? And a point, what I understand, a point is neither vertical or horizontal. It's just a point. So how can they even dismiss or include horizontal with just a point without including horizontal with what the definition of horizontal is, which is also synonymous with level, which means looking at the angle baseline from one point to the other, the baseline is going across. So how can they even talk about the point being tangent and that is it the whole, like you said, it's so convoluted. I can't even explain their rhetoric. It's so stupid.
It's just like us saying, it's just like us saying, right, okay, send us some evidence that curved is not 2 straight lines. That means a vertex. You need to demonstrate that. And then when they demonstrate it, they've demonstrated it for you.
The point they're talking about is only one point on the sphere. The tangent itself is a series of points between two, you know what I mean? Depending on how long you make it, right? So they're still invoking a series of points along a straight line from one point to another, right? Whatever, right? But it doesn't mean anything because those points have no relation to the surface of Earth. If you're claiming it's a globe, do you understand what I mean? It has no relevance.
Yep.
Completely understand.
They can't use the word tangent. It's not allowed. It's nothing to do with curvature. It's a straight line.
These are the same people that don't know how to differentiate a circle from a spherical shape. So, I mean, they don't know the difference between 2-dimensional, 3-dimensional. They're just everywhere. You know, they're, like I said, fools or liars. There's no in between. fools or liars. Period.
Yeah, true. What we've got to do is just use affirmative, strong language. That's it. Affirmatively, a strong language. Like it's impossible to get an angle without having a horizontal baseline. It is impossible. That goes against natural law. So if you think you can, then you're going against God's natural law here. The law of angles requires a horizontal baseline. There's no way of getting out of that. A curved line is not horizontal.
No,
You can't be getting out of the globe.
No.
Yeah.
No, you need a
Okay, go ahead.
horizontal baseline with an elevation angle, not just angle.
Yeah.
However, you need straight lines for angles. That's the point you were trying to make.
Yeah, thank you very much. That's it.
And the way Huey said it was as concise as it can be, period.
Yeah, there is a difference, and there's sometimes they drift between the elevation angle and the angle when we're specifically talking about elevation angles. You got to stick to that elevation angle, yeah, definitely, because they do that a lot.
All right, do we want to get to the numpty clip? Yes, no, tell me if you can hear it.
Yes, of course. But we did just listen to about 30 minutes of numptiness just a minute ago.
Why are you mumbling through my stuff? When I asked the close-ended question.
Because I'm tired.
I asked a close-ended question for the third fucking time.
And I tried to make a joke, and I was tired. Sorry.
All right. Tell me if you can hear this.
No.
Shut up. Yeah? Can you hear that?
No.
Nope.
Some bitch. Oh, have to wait till Nathan gets back then. I don't know why you can't hear it now when you guys heard it before. 1 second. Let me try something else. Take over this show. Where are you? Fly, Spunk Monkey, Sparkane? On.
Hold on, Huey, one question.
You interrupted me before.
I'm sorry, I got a question for you. What is, you said the guy wouldn't know horizontal from a what, a shark tooth? What did you say? Yo, I was crying laughing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You said a shark tooth. I don't know, so it was hilarious, man, on that one thing with the brown vegan queer dude.
I can't remember. All right. Can you hear this? Mr. Double Blind Physics Experiment. Yeah?
Yep.
Yeah, you can hear that one. Here we go. Mr. Double Blind Physics Experiment. Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane. 12 April 2020.
I have a question.
Sounds like Cinco de Mayo at your house, Jose. What the hell did you just say?
I know, right? Cinco de Mayo? You mean you Cinco de sandwich into de Mayo? It's Cinco de Mayo, you dumbass cracker.
Sly,
what's up, man? Go ahead.
Hey, hola. Let's see. Montreal. Why did you not answer the question that I paid €6.66 for?
Excuse me, what was that?
The question that Jose had read off to you a little earlier, that was actually from me out of the chat. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen?
Oh my God.
So, Sly's question, he paid €6.66 for. Why is it when I drive over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't I drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Well, Sly, because there aren't container barriers over hills on highways or roads. What's next? Why don't you see beluga whales in the Sahara? You give undeniable affirmation to.
A fool and his money are soon parted.
Yeah, let's break it down, Montreal. Take your time and think about it, because remember,
There's
nobody
nothing to think
claims,
about.
you know. Go ahead, think about it. Take your time.
There's
Go ahead.
nothing to think about, Jose.
So, Jose Retard, you want him to take his time, think about, and break down why it is when Sly drives over a hill and the air pressure decreases, why didn't Sly need to drive through a container barrier for that to happen? Hey? And the slip to your. Apparently, you've taken advantage of the social distancing guidelines and given the slip to your fleet of slobber nurses.
From the beginning of time, since a caveman walked out of his cave,
That's not my question, man.
he realized, let me finish. He realized that when you go up, there's less pressure. When you come down, there's more pressure.
Okay.
What's the big deal there? Why should there be a barrier there, Sly?
Well, because number one, you just said a second ago, you're contradicting yourself now. You just said a second ago that pressure always moves towards the negative, right?
Wrong. Firstly, Sly, we're talking about gas pressure, not shark bite pressure. Shark bite pressure doesn't move to negative shark bite pressure. Number two, there's no such thing as negative pressure. However, there are negative IQs. Just look in the mirror and to the left and to the right, up and down the ball-tarred panel you're on. And number three, in nature, high gas pressure always moves to low gas pressure. It's the quintessential tenet of the entropy laws, i.e. the second law of thermodynamics. Duh.
As in, a higher pressure will always escape towards a lower pressure, right?
Correct.
Okay, so why is the
what
at lower altitudes not trying to go up? Because it's
Very
lower
easy.
pressure above it.
Very easy. There's the gases are produced on the surface of the Earth, and they rise up gradually. What's so hard to understand about that?
Okay, how long does it take this process to take place? Because, even in the couple decades that you and I have both been alive, air pressure hasn't changed.
You serious?
What in the hell are you talking about, you bonehead? Air pressure is constantly changing. Here's what you do, Sly. You bribe one of your slobber nurses to let you watch the Weather Channel. And whenever they flash one of those maps up on the screen, you see the big H's with the circle around it? That's high pressure. Then you see the L's. They're pretty big too. They got the circles around them also. That's low pressure. And they constantly move, i.e. change. Next block of instruction, how to turn a doorknob in the evening. I had to stop it right there so he wouldn't get copyright strike. You want to hear part two?
Turn doorknobs.
That's right. You want to hear part two or what?
Yeah, that was funny, that man.
Oh, yeah, yes, because I love this.
Yeah, that was hilarious. Yeah, man.
Thanks. Mr. Double-Blind Physics Experiment, Sly the Spunk Monkey Sparkane, part duh, 12 April 2020.
You're looking at the teeth of a woman smiling at you. You're not looking at the big picture. First, you have to answer, how do you have the gas pressure to begin with for it to establish that gradient? See, this is the mistake you're making.
Right. I already know that.
Really? So you already know that? Well, come on. Tell us. We only been waiting for 5 friggin' years. Spill the beans already.
the cause for gas pressure or atmospheric pressure has nothing to do with gravity. I understand the argument. However, you are saying that positive air pressure is supposed to go towards a lower air pressure area. It's supposed to escape to that. Yet, at higher altitudes, air pressure is lower. So why is the higher pressure at sea level not trying to escape to it?
Yeah. Stuttering fool. I suppose we're not going to get the answer to that today either. Yep. Time to circle back to your container barrier over the hill query that would make incoherent second graders belly laugh. You're a clown.
I mean, I could pressurize a container right here, and then I pop the top on it, and that stuff clears out like instantly.
What the hell? Why wasn't there a container between the dispersing high-pressure gas moving into the low-pressure gas, but yet there was no containment between it? What a clown.
Did he just debunk the whole
gas
pressure on a...
Yeah, he just debunked himself in his last statement, yeah.
Well, good job.
Any word from Adam? I take that as a no.
I'm sorry. I'm on mute. For God's sake. Number one, stop interrupting my show. Number two, we haven't heard from Adam just yet. So, may I continue?
Yeah.
Oh, damn time.
Whoa, you did answer it. Welcome to Flat Earth, you bonehead. You just confirmed our argument.
Gravity itself is not a force, but gravity produces gravitational force. That's the result.
So a non-force produces a force with the same name? When did your Rhodes Scholarship end, Sly?
Wind is a definition.
Uh-oh, now we're in for it. Sly's going to release that piercing intellect of his. You bozo. Wind isn't a definition. It's a term. Like retard is a term. The definition is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. Here's another term, moron. Here's the definition, a stupid person. Hey, and you know what? I see a picture of you here. You're waving. Clown.
Now, what do you call it? Basically, what I'm telling you is that the word wind, okay, is a definition.
Wow. So, okay, I get it. The term is less advanced in mental, physical, or social development than is usual for one's age. And the definition is retard. Yeah, I got it. Hey, you're in this one too. You're here smiling and waving. So you got two definitions. My word.
So what I'm
Adam's
saying
here.
is that gravity.
Yeah, I see Adam's here, and I'm almost finished with this. Stop interrupting my show.
I'm about to disappear. I'll be back in about half an hour. But I'm just making sure we're okay for book tonight.
Yeah, perfect.
See you in a bit.
Okay, great.
See you in a while, Adam. Stop it, Nathan.
I'm so sorry. Go ahead, Brian. It's your turn to talk, Brian. Go ahead. This is your opportunity.
Go ahead, Brian.
Go ahead, Brian. This is your turn.
No, that's the
Go ahead,
Hold on
Brian.
a second, Brian.
Go
Hold
ahead,
on,
Brian.
Your turn. Here we go.
Is the definition
Yeah, now we get it, you sly dog, you. You were greasing the skids with wind so you can wheel out your disheveled, Gravity is the definition. You need to be institutionalized, dude. Like,
Okay, gravity is a definition. However, what it creates is a gravitational force. So gravity, by definition itself, is not a force. Gravitational force is a force.
Do you like that?
Yeah. Roast chicken's not a chicken. A chicken is a chicken that's roasted.
Wow.
That's a blast from the past, ain't it? Funny. I think that's just about it. Hold on. Yeah, sure. And dark matter is created from nothing by luminescent gerbils, Sly. In conclusion, thanks for demonstrating that you're a double-blind retard. That's the definition. Ah! Yeah, it's a goodie. That's an oldie. That's it for that.
Right, well, I'm just gonna hang around for 20 minutes, even if there's loads of dead air.
Well, we have plenty of numpty clips. Just pick somebody.
Charles, Flat Earth Math.
Do I have anything but Charles? He's the double-blind physics guy that parroted it off Sly. Charles, Flat Earth Math. Let's see. Might be long. 1 second. That one. I only got a raw one, so I don't want to play that. I mark them raw because they're raw.
Is that right? That's very intuitive. I use numbers. I find that you can generally find anything you want by just giving it a number.
Generally. Let's do one of Chocolate's favorites.
Yay.
No. What were you talking about? Which argument or what you said destroyed me?
Correct me if I'm wrong, Kosho, but you once declared that the rotating hurricanes were actually going in a straight line. They just appeared to rotate because we were on a rotating reference frame.
It's 100% true that the winds are going in a straight line.
And
there's no reason for them to travel.
I wasn't lying,
There's no
guys.
reason for them to travel in a circle on their own. So the Earth is rotating. But when they start off their travel, they're going north or south, depending on. So the high pressures are going to go towards the south.
Let's say winds all go in straight line.
It's 100% true that the winds are going in a straight line.
It's 100% true that you're a numpty dipshit. From sciencing.com, wind does not simply blow in a straight line from areas of high to low pressure. Enjoy your permanent resident status right here on the Numpty Clips. That's it for that one. Shout out to Chocolate. Let's try. This is a good one. The Clumsily Clueless Cockamamie Clown Show Co-Show, April 2021.
This is where Jeremy gets it wrong. You don't leave in that frame and enter another reference frame.
So you're saying I can't leave a reference frame and enter another? So I can't jump off a swing onto the ground and enter a reference frame that's not swinging? Do you reminisce with complete strangers? You're an imbecile.
You're always in all reference frames.
Village idiot.
So when I jump off the swing, I'm still in the swinging reference frame? And in the Hunt for Red October cavitating reference frame? And then the Felix Baumgartner Planet New Mexico reference frame? And Auntie M's Twister reference frame? And in Xanax Spinning Hot Tub Torpedo reference frame? Ad infinitum. all at the same time. Eh?
You big dummy.
You're an imbecile.
Reference frame is simply where something's being observed from.
Wrong. From isaacphysics.org, in cooperation with the University of Cambridge. A frame of reference is a set of coordinates that can be used to determine positions and velocities of objects in that frame. Different frames of reference move relative to one another. You're an imbecile.
So if you throw the bottle, across the merry-go-round, then only from the inertial reference frame outside of the rotating system, only in that reference frame do you see the true motion. I wouldn't even call it true motion.
I would call it that.
But you see the motion of the bottle going in a straight line. But from that rotating reference frame, you're going to see the bottle have a curved path. And both of those are correct. They're both correct.
They're both correct. So the bottle is following a curved path and moving straight at the same time. Clown show. Doofus law of non-contradiction violation. The person on the rotating reference frame throwing the bottle will see the bottle appear to curve, but the bottle's not actually curving. It only appears to curve because the person on the rotating merry-go-round is rotating, i.e., he's curving, not the bottle. You're an imbecile.
Because it's not, you're explaining what you're explaining, Jeremy, from the context of two different, totally different things. One, we'll call one thing the object and one thing the observer. No, the observer is the person jumping off the rotating thing and viewing it again or whatever. The observer is the one viewing what's happening. Okay? The object is the thing that you're describing the path or the motion of or whatever.
You seem as if you like to talk. I like to let people talk who like to talk. It makes it easier to find out how full of shit they are.
You need to be institutionalized. Cause you're an imbecile.
So you right.
You right.
You right. The observer can change reference frames.
That's not what you said a few minutes ago. You said
you don't leave an reference frame and enter another reference frame. So you right.
You right.
You right. The observer can change reference frames. You don't leave an reference frame and enter another reference frame.
So you're not only an imbecile, you're a fork-tongued double speaker.
You're actually just describing different reference frames at that point. This is what everybody understands.
Reductio ad absurdum. Reductio ad absurdum is employed to reduce your claim down using correct reasoning to expose logical fallacies. In this case, it's two fallacies: flailing generalized baseless bare assertion fallacy and an ad populum fallacy. You said, this is what everybody understands. I'm going to head across the street and ask 5-year-old Maverick if he understands your imbecilic reference frame horseshit. How much you want to bet he starts laughing or runs away, or both? Then I'm going to head next door and ask Granny Wilkerson. She'll most likely call the cops. The really scary part, Clown Show, Co-Show? This is the least of your dumpster fire train wreck imbecileries.
This is what reference frames are describing observations made from these reference frames. So the object, though, is not going to change reference frames.
What the dude? So I'm holding on to a ball on a spinning merry-go-round. Then I throw the ball off the merry-go-round. Your conclusion: the ball didn't change reference frames. It's still spinning with me on the merry-go-round. You big imbecile!
It's the observer that can change reference frames, not an object.
Dear Lord, save us.
So there's a person on the merry-go-round, and there's another observer off the merry-go-round. One of them is going to appear to see the same bottle go in a straight path, and one of them is going to appear to see the bottle go in a curved path.
Correct, because the observers are in two different reference frames.
Then from both of their observations, they're making observations of the same bottle in two different reference frames.
Correct, because the observers are in two different reference frames.
Bottle exists in both reference frames.
No, sunshine. The observers exist in two different reference frames, not the bottle.
Do you understand the words that are coming out of my mouth?
You're an imbecile.
Otherwise, they wouldn't both be witnessing it.
What on earth? They're both witnessing it, Crayon Muncher, because they have eyeballs and they're looking at it, not because the bottle's in two different reference frames. You think this magic genie bottle is in superposition of itself?
No, that's what I'm saying. But you saying, does it leave one reference frame, go to another one? Doesn't make sense. The bottle exists in infinite reference frames.
Yeah, right. I'd say there's a better chance of Liberace being resurrected sporting a purple tutu and jumping on a chartreuse hobbled unicorn and riding around the Sombrero Galaxy reference frame. Your belly laughing childlike ignorance exists in infinite reference frames.
In the context of the ball, Jeremy, when you throw it off of the merry-go-round, what reference frame is it in?
The inertial reference frame.
So it just switched reference frames.
Yes.
Now, how come when you view that ball, what person on the rotating frame, the person viewing it sees it going a curved path?
It's an apparent deflection, as in not actual curve.
And the person in the inertial reference frame sees it going in a straight path.
Correct.
So it's obviously not just in one reference frame.
Nah, Mr. Magoo, you just have two people in different reference frames observing the ball in a single reference frame. You are one dizzy motherfucker. You need to be subdued forcefully by the authorities, horse and elephant tranquilized without cessation, straitjacketed, secured to a one reference frame padded room, then emergency lobotomized. Now, you're a danger to yourself and others.
It still exists in both reference frames.
You like that one?
Yeah, good. Kosho's a clown.
He'll try that same trick. He used to try to tell you, oh, the ball is in the same reference frame because you're still looking at it.
It's Zanuck. He's going to become a star again. He's Mr. Dependent Variable, shoe on a table.
How can one ball or one bottle be in two different reference frames? Wouldn't you need two for that?
Yeah, two different balls or bottles. Yes.
Yeah, but the reference frames are observer dependent as well. There's two observers in his demonstration or his description, and there's one ball or one bottle. So how can one ball be in two different reference frames?
You call what he did was a description?
I don't know what to call it. There isn't a word in the English language other than the idiocy maybe of what he did tried to describe. It's like you need two. You have two observers in two different reference frames and one ball. How can the ball be in both reference frames?
You got to snort shrooms.
Because you're still looking at it, according to Zanuck.
All right, here's another one. The Clown Show, Kosho, March 2021.
I'm trying to say something to you, man, because that way you don't say this anymore.
Huh? What is up with you, dude? Every single time you open up that religitard, incoherent blowhole of yours with two or more streams of thought whistling around the funhouse mirrors between your ears, the innocent onlookers are pelted with a carpet bomb barrage of utterly meaningless sentence fragments. Perhaps you should consider centralining Adderall. Just a thought.
Nobody's claiming that the geometric horizon is visually blocking anything.
What on earth? That's been the foundation of the entire ball-tard spinning space monkey religion that we've heard incessantly over the past 5 years. What the fuck kind of angel dust lace shrooms are you on? Good Lord, son. This is tantamount to Catholics denying the existence of the Virgin Mary. Folks, this guy is a grade A moron. He makes shit up on the fly, but if it constitutes more than 6 words or 2 trains of thought, whichever comes first, then the fragmented, convoluted verbal diarrhea monsoon ensues. Anyone that can fog a mirror is lost in a never-ending tangle of batshit insane, incoherent, disconnected drivel. You'll get more sneak peeks into this imbecillery here, continuing with his own wing on the Numpty clips. Stay tuned. Here's one.
So there is an actual horizon. There's a geometric horizon, which is the actual tangent line. And then there's the one that you see. And the one that you see is defined by you seeing it. So you're not expected to see the other one.
We'll deal with that nonsense later. Here's another one.
Hold on, man. Hold on. That's just the horizon. The horizon is the place where it apparently looks like is blocking the things behind it or whatever.
The prosecution rests. The really scary part, which you've heard so far, is benign compared with his usual standard fare. This is what happens to the unsuspecting poor sap that runs into this crayon muncher. You're absolutely baffled by what you just heard, and you try to reconcile it quickly, but while you're trying to harpoon a line into the incoherent maelstrom wall, he senses the last grasp for life and volleys the next befuddling, batshit insane buffoonery out of his incoherent blowhole. Even if there were 3 full days between Clown Show's first statement and second, Bobby Fischer would claim a time foul.
But the geometric horizon is defined differently than that. It's not defined by something you see.
What? You saying we have invisible horizons in Globetardia? There's no such thing as a non-visible horizon, you window-licking knuckle-dragger. Seeing it is the quintessential attribute of the term horizon. You can't have a non-visible horizon, just like you can't have non-visible rainbows. Next block of instruction, how to stand up on Christmas. Let's define it. Geometric horizon. From National Geographic, the subject matter experts, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky, as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon, which is visible. Duh.
Both the horizons are geometries of Earth.
Both horizons? Where'd you get 2? We only ever see one horizon, you delusional schmuck.
The geometric horizon is strictly a product of the geometry of Earth.
That's profound, Captain Obvious. What's next? Is water strictly a product of hydrogen and oxygen?
But the regular horizon, the one you see, is a product of both the geometric horizon and the optical phenomena that's happening in the atmosphere.
The regular horizon, the one you see? You mean the regular horizon, the one you see? Can you define regular horizon? Did you just make that up? Let's see here. Regular horizon. Cottage cheese, regular horizon, 16-ounce delivery. I don't think that's going to make it. Horizon organic whole milk. Horizon growing years. Trademark. Organic whole milk for kids. Horizon organic regular cultured cottage. It's the cheese fiasco. I know what the problem is. Let's go with regular horizon science definition. All right, let's see what we got here. Soil horizons? I don't think that's it. Horizon, regular. There's no regular horizon here. Like I said, making shit up on the fly. Clown.
The one that you don't see is the geometric horizon. You're not expected. It's not defined by something you see.
My word. So the one that you don't see is the geometric horizon, meaning there's two horizons, again in Globetardia, one of which is the invisible geometric horizon, eh? I thought I'd just define this. Let's go over it again. From National Geographic, the local horizon, also called the geometrical horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and sky. From the U.S. Department of Defense, horizon. In general, the apparent or visible junction of the earth and sky as seen from any specific position. Also called the apparent, visible, or local horizon. So the local horizon is the geometric horizon. It's apparent and visible. You're a numpty dipshit.
It's wrong to think of the geometric horizon as something you see at any place, because you don't see it at any place.
So the horizon is the horizon.
And hillbilly redneck retards are hillbilly redneck retards. Photosynthetic numpties, as it were. Listen, clown, go back over there in the corner, and if we need any snacks or drinks, I'll signal your slobber nurses, and they can assist you bringing us some refreshments. Other than that, just sit there and shut the fuck up.
That the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth.
Yes, the black swan is an absolutely normal phenomena on a globe Earth with a radius of 264,000 miles.
I've got it for you, the definition. Okay. The geometric horizon is also called the local horizon, is the visible boundary between the earth and the sky.
Yeah, I know exactly what article this is from.
Yeah, you know where it's from, because I personally busted your dumb ass with it no less than 5 times on Betty's server and 24/7.
It's from an article from Nat Geo. Yeah. And that Nat Geo article either made a typo or they didn't edit it correctly, but they typed it out wrong.
Wow.
Your outer horizon. The only thing is you're not there's an actual tangent line from your outer horizon. The only thing is you're not really your eyesight is not subject to that straight line. You're going to see some curved line. So even though there is a straight line there, that is a definition of a geometric horizon. That's not the horizon you see.
You need to be institutionalized. Immediately.
You will never see it as the point where the ground meets the sky, but it is visible.
Right, I'm going to round out with that.
So there is an actual horizon.
Why are you interrupting my show?
I'm going to round out.
It's done.
No, we've got book stuff to do. I've got to round out eventually. So with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a member, and all that good stuff. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.